Tonight is Tuesday, March 31st, 2026. We're about to start our final Board of Finance budget meeting. And tonight, after healthy deliberation session last night, tonight we are scheduled to have our vote. I'll call this meeting to order and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Stark, right behind you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, so relevant for tonight's budget vote is the board members need information that is subject to, it needs to go into executive session. So but I'm gonna ask FairTV and the public, I want to ask the public for some patience, but FairTV, I'm gonna ask you to, we have to amend the agenda for this, but I'm gonna ask you to turn off the Zoom and we'll turn off the public.
Well, there's
We have
some
two
people
people
on
on-
Zoom that have to,
Okay, so we won't close Zoom, but we'll
Some-
just have to kick everybody out. I apologize. Before we can even take this item on, so we need a 2/3 vote to make this happen, but can I get a let's see, I want to make sure I read this correctly. Can I get a motion to move into executive session to discuss
well,
pending?
first add it to the agenda.
Oh, right. Thank you. Can I get a motion to add to the agenda executive session?
Yeah, I make a motion to add to the
I second.
agenda, executive session to discuss fill file issues.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Myers was the
I'll
second? Okay. So all in favor? Okay, unanimous. And again, public, we apologize. Thank you for your patience. I imagine this will take about 10 to 15 minutes. And then we'll come back. Should you go into the executive session?
Well, hold on, you have to read it.
All right, let me read this full. Motion to go into executive session to discuss pending claims litigation regarding the Connecticut BEEP notices of violation to the town of Fairfield regarding the fill pile.
And invite
And-
Eli
Yeah.
Zal and
Mr. Basho.
John Bashaw.
Where's Bashaw and Eli?
And Eli Gazal and Frank Batiste
Eli Gazal and Frank
and Ben.
and Ben and Christine
we're ex
did
officio, so we are-
ex officio, so we're good there. Okay.
All right, I just have to get out of the room.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I have to second it and then vote.
Yeah.
Who made the motion? I'm sorry.
Bob made the motion, Dave with the second, all in favor of going into executive session? Unanimous. Okay, thank you all for your patience. Great. Thank you for that. So with that, can I get a motion to come out of executive session? Mr. Penley, second by Mr. Rock, all in favor? All right, unanimous. So we are back in our budget hearing. The public who are listening and FairTV folks, thank you for your patience. That will take us to our next item on the agenda, which is the budget deliberation and vote. Before we get started with the actual motions and votes, I did want to provide an update to this board based on some follow-up items from our discussion last night. Our CFO, Mr. Harris, was able to follow up on a number of items that we discussed. I just want to give people the feedback on that. So on the revenue side, we had discussed possibly increasing the town clerk's revenues by somewhere between 70,000 and 250,000. And Mr. Harris can elaborate, but I believe the town clerk does not feel like 250 is achievable as an increase. They did indicate that 70 would be, but I'll let Mr. Harris elaborate.
Actually, she can increase to 120. When we spoke to her this morning, initially she said that conveyance fees could increase 50,000, and she subsequently indicated that we could increase that by an additional 50,000.
So 10 to recording, 100 conveyance, and 10 to certified copies. That's 120 increase as opposed to 250, which is the high end of what we discussed last night.
Tom, what is the finance department's reviews over the last 5 years about what she's proposed and what has been brought in? What's been that comparison for 5 straight years?
I have not looked back.
We need to do that at some
We
point.
can do that. I have not done.
The budget committee, whoever's on that, do that, because I don't believe we've ever been off. We've raised it every year.
But again, it's being raised now.
I just don't think it's being raised enough. That's my own personal.
I am completely confused by this. Because
Based on-
Betsy called me this morning and I'm looking at her text. And Ben, can you share with me the numbers you sent to her? Because I have a text here that told me that you shared the numbers because she called me and I was in my car walking into my office. And I did not have the numbers in front of me. And I was gonna call her back and she said, Ben gave me all the updated numbers from last night and I can live with them. So
Yeah,
I don't understand.
that is what
what's
you
going
said
on.
originally. That is what you said originally. And
But I
when
have
we subsequently looked at what was on the sheet that Craig provided, which was an additional 200,000. We looked at the sheet that had a $50,000 increase.
No, well,
So-
last night we left off with a 250 increase.
But I'm saying what was
In total.
communicated to her
Yes.
was not.
Yeah.
That is not what was communicated to her.
Was the
So
70.
you're telling me that what we agreed on last night could not be properly communicated to her
It
this morning?
it was properly communicated
How?
after a second call to her.
A second call?
Yes.
That's
What-
insanity.
What happened with the first call?
I mean,
Did
she
we not-
reaches out
did
to
we- Did we
me.
not give her accurate stuff during the first call? That's the question.
That's outrageous, honestly.
The question is, did you provide her the accurate number? I wasn't here last night.
Right.
You got
You
9
did
people that can
provide
keep the
her
numbers
with
straight and you're the
accurate-
CFO and you can't give the right numbers? Honestly,
My notes indicated that recording fees went up 20, conveyance went up 50, and certified copies went up 10.
well, your notes were wrong and he sent you the numbers.
Conveyance went up to.
So that's a problem, honestly. I find that to be insulting and a waste of my damn time.
Okay, so
Okay.
let's,
Get your numbers straight.
okay, so we'll move on. So there are several other updates. Most of them after that, are positive. Separate from the town clerk, there's a new item, a new revenue opportunity that was identified. Mr. Harris shared with me, increasing in the finance department on page 83. The very first line item is 4040 phone access lines can be increased by 100,000. So that goes a long way to offsetting the what we hope to be an increase on the town clerk side. There's clarification.
Which one? I'm there right now.
Page 83,
I'm on page 83.
very top line, object number 40040.
Yeah.
The 288,191 as proposed can go up by 100,000.
What's the reasoning for the basis for the increase of $100,000? How did that just come out?
Because OPM just provided an update for the 2026 number, which was increased 100,000. And we believe that the floor will not decrease. So we've increased 2027 by 100,000.
Were these related?
No, this is something.
No,
that
we
just
just,
came-
it
this-
just, it
we
just totally
received-
came in. It
This
ju-
just
it
came in from
literally-
OPM,
It doesn't smell good.
but that's a
I mean,
fact.
we
and
can
that's
show you
what
that,
it
we can
is.
show you the FedEx.
Yeah.
All right, it's good. Late breaking.
I mean.
Yeah.
It was good news, but it came this morning.
388, 191.
And there might be, with the state right now, there might be more late breaking news after you vote, just given where we are in the budget cycle.
And then
It's
there was also a question asked last night with respect to when the revenue from the fleet, automated enforcement camera revenue needed to be used. And the quote from an email exchange that Mr. Harris had with our town attorney is, state law governs how traffic camera revenues may be used, not when they must be spent. There's no legal requirement that such revenues be fully expended in the year collected. So that gives us some comfort there. There's more, but that's the gist of it. Yeah, Mr. Matola.
Without like, another can of worms. So the conveyance tax is the increase is 50,000.
Well-
That's what she's said she could live with.
What she said she could live with is an increase on the recording fees of 10,000.
So that's down from 20,000.
We talked about 20 last night, so that's 10.
Okay,
Certified copies would stay at 10. And then the conveyance taxes would go up, not by 220, but by 100. So the total increase for the department would be 120.
so the
You mean up
conveyance
by
tax,
250?
conveyance
No.
Oh,
tax,
that one line.
conveyance tax goes up by 100.
Correct.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
And look, this board can vote to do whatever we want. We can set it at the numbers, but what we talked about last night was making sure that any changes that we had suggested would be bounced off of the department heads and see if there was any alarm bells that were formed. On the expense side, the good news there is the changes that we discussed for registrar voters confirmed by both registrars is acceptable. The probate court, $2,000 adjustment acceptable. The $125,000 on the contingency line acceptable. And that one charity that had not provided, the Kennedy Collective, it's confirmed that we don't have to budget for that. So that's 15,000. So all the things that we talked about on the expense side that needed confirmation have been confirmed.
What was the contingency amount you just talked about?
125,
125. I thought you said 100,000.
sorry, 125.
I think that was the one you wanted to talk about, Jim, right? That was, okay. We can do that.
Yeah. Okay.
So the things, Greg, that you just mentioned, we're gonna talk through these individually, like, get to vote on each one individually.
We do.
So, you had mentioned that you talked to both registrars and,
Well, I didn't, it was communicated to both registrars and through the CFO.
okay, because there again, I am at my work and I get a message saying that there's different information now. So I will discuss it when we get to that matter, because I'm not gonna get hyped up again right now.
Okay, thank you. That's fair. So, yes, so with that, on the tally sheet, did you?
I have not, I have updated the additional revenue from phone access lines. I have not changed the number for the town clerk because I figure we'll make a motion.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, we will start, going through the book. We'll start with revenue. And just following our notes. I was not, but I probably.
What was the question?
We were projecting all of the changes onto the screen last night. It was
easier to just kind of see the big picture and
Yeah,
follow what. I mean, it's almost like an agenda in itself,
yeah,
because you can kind of see what's coming and you can do it in whatever order you want to do it.
yeah.
Do you want, I'm not, you want me?
I found it.
If you wouldn't mind, yeah.
I
So,
can't
guys,
see it, but
So,
I can see it here better.
Mr. Penley's gonna dial into the Zoom, or connect to the Zoom, and then he'll share a screen.
You might have to go into executive session for this.
Like that commercial
At 9 o'clock, I'll need that.
password.
Meeting.
The agenda.
Through knowing those guys?
I think
And what's the code? 654-321?
Actually, down. Yeah.
1, 2, 3 for this session.
Oh, it's it.
I mean,
What's 1, 2, 3?
If it asks you for an access.
at 9:30.
Do you do at the end, or you want to put the monthly budget?
Piece I didn't,
Like, just have you thought about how you want to just get it?
yeah, I was gonna take motions on
Or
each
just do
line
it.
item for adjustments. And then we would vote on the bottom line once once we aggregated those changes.
What does
So we have to
the,
we have to vote on each motion.
yeah, but what is the agenda say?
It just says board deliberation and vote, so there's not an actual motion
All right,
on the
so-
agenda. So it's just whether or not you want to put the amount, the full proposed budget amount
As-
on the table.
That was,
Yeah, it's,
And
this is gonna show, by the way, stuff that was deliberated for, but not actually.
Yeah, so that's fine. We'll just,
Or-
it's, that's fine.
what was the Board of
okay.
Selectmen's budget?
So the Board of Selectmen's budget, was, let's see. For the Board of Education, it was, the expense budget was $243,944,528. Shared expenses was $24,631,100. The town expenses were $134,414,522, which totals $402,990,150. That is the total expense budget. The non-tax revenue was $42,639,016. So can I get a motion to put those items forward? And we will, try to think about the procedure on this. We'll put those motions, those amounts forward and then take line item adjustments on and vote on each adjustment as an amendment to these numbers.
And then vote on the final. number.
And then we'll vote on the final number. All right,
So I'll make a motion to put that forward.
Okay.
What you
the
just
numbers
read.
that I recited. Okay, can I get a second? All right, Mr. Rock. Okay, all in favor? Okay, unanimous. So with that, now we can take line item adjustments. I'd like to start on the revenue side.
If you want me to share,
Are you gonna?
Yeah, I
Gonna
think
do
you
a
can-
tally start.
I think you can share the non-tax revenue or the revenue side.
and just one more time to be clear, so all of the adjustments that were deliberated over are gonna be on there, although they have not been formally.
Yeah, I'll keep track of the vote tally, and we'll go from there. And if anything changes, you and I will be in sync. We'll confirm with Ben as well as we go.
You see this? Oh, yeah, okay. It's a little bit small.
A little hard to see, but
You can
Don't
take
you
your,
put it in the
you
chat?
can zoom up like 110% maybe, down right-hand corner.
yeah, because if
Do
you
that little-
fill the meeting chat, that'll, yeah, there we
There you go, even better.
Even better, perfect.
Plus, this was sent to everyone this afternoon.
Yes, and for the public's benefit, this will also be part of the public record. This is a dynamic tally template. So it's not something that we could share in advance, but we will share the final product. So, yeah, so let's see. Yeah, we're gonna move to the town clerk. Again, we'll focus on the revenue items first. Amy, these were your items. Did you want to make the motion?
I'd like to be consistent with what we agreed upon last night and, I have, no, we had the number,
Oh, yeah.
we broke it up in 3 amounts.
Yep.
So we took up recording fees, 20,000, certified copies, 10,000, and the conveyance, 220.
Yep.
For a total of 250.
Yep.
And I'd like to be consistent with that because that is what I've heard that she's aligned with.
Okay, can I get a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
All right, Mr. Myers, now we have discussion. Okay. Yeah, look, it seems that there was a miscommunication. I would. If other people have thoughts, I'm open to hearing it, but I would be hesitant to increase the number to a level that was not achieved.
So can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
I'm really very sympathetic on your position here. I think though, but I'm concerned that we were increasing it too much and just got some good news on what another item.
The phone. Phone
That's
access.
gonna jack it up 100, get us $100,000 in revenue. So I might want to raise it a little bit more, but I don't know if I want to go as high as you want to go.
Yeah, Mr. Walsh.
We have consistently raised this by $250,000 over the years, because the numbers, I believe, I absolutely adore our town clerk. I think she does a phenomenal job. But I think, there's a tendency to be conservative in that number.
Yeah.
And not to push it. And we have found in previous years that we've been way off. We are potentially, hopefully, it's, Iran matter gets under control, going to be going to a lower interest rate market. And we will start churning real estate. And many people in this town have been holding on to their real estate because of interest rates, because they can't move to someplace without paying 6.5% interest rates. While their current house is at 3%. And once that starts coming, there'll be more transactions going on. And there's been many people, the real estate agents are frustrated by the lack of inventory. And at some point, this is going to burst. And I don't think $250,000 is enough. I believe we are ahead now from when we talked about this originally, because a huge sale just came in, I think on Harbor Road. That brought us in, I don't know the exact number, but it was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars of an unexpected. And we seem to have one of those transactions a year, whether it be a commercial or whatever. I am not nervous about this number going up by 220. I was actually planning on looking at to 250, but my colleagues seem to have found some other areas to increase some of the other revenue lines. So I think 250 for the entire department is a reasonable number, and I will support Ms. Ruggiero's motion.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on this side?
You guys seem to have more conviction about these numbers than me, so I'm good with that.
I'll go with that. I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
But I would, in the future, I think it would be good to look back over the last 5 years from what the budgeted amount was to what actuals were, and it might give us some sense of,
All right, that's fine.
So,
We're gonna leave the numbers that are across those 3 lines.
yeah, and make sure this is reflecting. Okay, so just to clarify the motion on the table, it was the numbers that were deliberated last night. And just for the record, I'd like to take the 3 line items, a vote on each of them individually. But I do think that we have a path to getting the total amount. So do you mind restating your motion for each of those line items specifically?
I'd like to propose a motion to increase recording fees, $20,000.
Which is department, town clerk department 1030, line item 42311 on page 32.
I'll second it.
All right, second, so that's John. And if we don't need any further discussion, all those in favor? All right, 9-0, perfect.
I'd
We're
like
off
to
a
make. a
Great
motion-
start.
I'd like to make a motion to increase town clerk certified copies, line 42313 by $10,000.
Second, Mr. Myers. Any further discussion? All in favor? Yep, unanimous. And then conveyance taxes.
I would like to make a motion to increase town clerk conveyance taxes by line 42312 by 220,000.
Okay, and a second on that, Mr. Walsh. Without further discussion, all in favor? Great, unanimous. Whoo. On a roll. Fine. All right, so I think the next item on our my deliberation notes with town plan and zoning, did anyone have anything before then? If not, we'll go to page 45.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Yeah, John?
All right, for town planning and zoning, this is 01110. Item 42120. ZBA zoning waiver permit. Increase that by $4,100. And this is from advice of the finance department, so I'll make that motion.
Okay, and a second, Mr. Rock. Any discussion on this matter?
This didn't come up last night, correct?
It was on the list of changes
Finance.
from the finance department.
They wanted.
Got it.
Yeah.
That was like
Yeah,
That's
it was
part of the-
pre-populated
Yeah.
stuff.
Got
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
we got to vote on it. anyway,
Yeah.
so.
Yes.
yep, all in favor? Unanimous.
All right, and then next item for town planning and zoning. Matter 42121, B and Z subdivision application. It's 2,000 proposed, raise it by $600 to $2,600.
Mr. Walsh with a second. Any discussion on this matter? All in favor? Unanimous. Great.
And then the last one for town planning and zoning, it's 42123 T, P and Z special permit. Budgeted proposal 10,200, raise it $2,910 for 13,110.
Okay, Mr. Walsh with the second. Thank you, Jim. Any discussion on this matter? All in favor? Okay, 9-0. Thank you. Okay, so the next thing on my list was the Conservation Department. I had, my notes here came from you, Amy. Did you want to make a
Yes.
motion on this one?
On page 55. I would like to make a motion to increase the revenue for the application. It is line 42331 by 25,000. I'm sorry, that's gonna be 35,000.
Yep, okay. And a second, Mr. Myers. Students in the, or in the scorebook. Okay, any discussion on this matter? All in favor? 9-0, all right.
I'd like to make a motion to increase line 42133 application fee by 25,000.
Okay, second, Mr. Myers. Any discussion on this matter? All in favor? All right, 9-0, perfect, okay. So the next item in my notes came from the finance department on page 83. Was there anything before then? Not on the revenue side, no.
Okay.
Yeah. So Shane, do you want to take this one?
I see that there's a account number 41136 local capital improvement program. I can increase this line, move to increase this line by $1,387. This is just based on data numbers from finance.
Okay, Mr. Myers. Any discussion on this matter? All in favor? Great. Okay.
I will also move to increase account number 44001. Let me take this in two parts.
It's up to you. It's your motion.
All right, then I will move to increase line account 44001 by $1,077,669 to $10,155,392 from $9,077,723.
Okay. Second for that item. Amy, okay. Any discussion on this item?
Does that include the 131,000 that we discussed yesterday?
Yeah, so I'll just give you the breakdown of the numbers. So the $131,995 we discussed yesterday is based on increasing the reinvestment rate assumption from 3.25% to 3.75%. That's where you got the additional number we mentioned last night. Then $945,670, 945,674 is based on us now budgeting for the accretion of discount and amortization of premiums. So that is that's the number we talked about earlier during the budget. So together that gives you an increase of $1,077,669. The latter portion is sort of inaptly named dividends and interest, but this is really just the investment income.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Okay. Did we have a second on that?
I had seconded it and then I asked a
Yeah,
question.
thank you. Yep, okay, right, yeah, I got that. Any further discussion on this matter? All in favor? Right down zero. Okay.
We're on 83. We add in the phone access.
Great, thank you for, yeah, thank you for that. So Dave, you want to make that motion?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to increase the revenue on line 40040 for an additional 100,000.
Okay, can I get a second on that, Mr. Myers? Okay, any further discussion on that? All in favor? All right, thank you, Dave, for catching that. 9-0. All right. So the next line item on my notes jumps all the way to fire marshal fees. Did anyone have anything before we get to the fire department? Okay, with that. Amy, did you want to propose the change to the fire marshals or do you want to have someone else speak?
I'm happy. I thought it was Bob's.
Oh, okay, yeah,
It was
Bob.
mine.
Okay, thank you. Bob,
Okay, I make a motion for fire marshal fees, line item 42368, to increase by $100,000 to be in line with fiscal year 26 trends and forecasted growth.
I will second that.
so, great, thank you. Any further discussion on that? All in favor? 9-0, okay. All right, the next one I had in my notes was the police department. I'm actually gonna take this one, if you guys don't mind. I've got 3 adjustments on the parking, on the police department, page 116. I make a motion to farm number 4030, account number 42201, which is the police parking violation fees, to increase that by $55,684. And this is based on the recommendation from the administration after publishing, with revised numbers after publishing. So can I get a second on that, Mr. Mottola? Any discussion on that matter? All in favor? Aye, okay, great. The second one that I have relates to the automated enforcement. So that's account 42209. And I move to increase this number by $1,450,000. Yeah, based on our discussion. Can I get a second on that?
There's a question about it.
Sure.
It's $450,000?
$1,450,000.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Sorry, so I misspoke.
I just want to be clear about it.
Yeah.
So let me just adjust this here. So what, in the proposed book,
Yeah, so, oh yeah, I was gonna do that. in
Verse, huh?
pieces, my bad. That's fine. You can change the 550 on that to 1450 and then take the 900 to 0 in the next line.
this zero this one out.
Perfect. So it's a,
May I ask,
Yeah.
the number that I had jotted down with the 900 and 500?
it was gonna be 550 based on the finance department's recommendation. And I was gonna propose an additional 900, but I just combined them together. So 1,450,000.
1,450,000.
So it's-
So it's another 50 grand up from last night. Or that other 50 was in the
It
number,
was like
in the
550
already
and
counted on.
900.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, the proposed number was 2 million or 1,450,000?
So the original budgeted number was 1,450,000.
Yeah.
The finance department and the administration, working with police department, initially proposed taking that up by 550 to get to an even 2
We
million.
want to do a little more.
Based on our discussion, we were gonna add an additional 900,000 to the 550. So I'm taking it up by 1,450,000, effectively doubling it.
Oh, gotcha.
So,
And
and
that other one we can get rid of.
yeah,
It's not because of this.
I don't think I got a second on that one. We'll go with Bob on that one.
What's that? They came up for
And
it.
Drew, we can compare notes on firsts and seconds and stuff
Come
too.
up next. It's on.
Can I delete this row or is it gonna
Yeah.
create?
Yeah, you should be able to delete it.
Jim will present.
So I'm deleting.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got a motion on the table to increase by 1,450,000 to get the total to 2.9 million. We've got a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? All right, unanimous. Thank you. And that takes us to the last item in the police department I'll take care of as well. It's account number 42369. The miscellaneous transfer from outside jobs fund. Increase the number by 349,000. This is based on what was provided to us by the finance department as previously recommended changes. So, Mr. Matola, thank you. That's the second, and then any discussion on this matter? All right, all in favor? All right, perfect, we're good there. And so I think the next item on my list from our notes was the parking department. Did anyone have anything prior to the parking department?
No.
Okay, so Bob, did you want to talk to the parking?
Sure. I'll take the next four on page 124, parking, department 04060. And account 42136, permit fee South Florida. Make a motion to accept the changes as recommended by the administration and finance department to increase the proposed budget by an additional 33,000.
I'll second.
Second, Amy, thank you. Any discussion on this matter? All in favor? Okay, moving right along. Next item.
Okay, next item, account 42, same parking department, 42141, permit fees Fairfield. I make a motion to accept the changes recommended by the administration and finance department to increase the budget by an additional 62,000. To be in line, actually to be in line with the current trends and forecast growth.
A second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this matter? All in favor? Great, okay, thank you.
Next item, same page, account 42147, parking fees Fairfield. Make a motion to increase the proposed budget by an additional $100,000.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on this matter? All in favor? Okay, thank you.
And the last item, account 42206, parking fee sound court. Move to accept the changes recommended by the administration and finance department to increase the budget by an additional $9,300.
Can I get a second? Mr. Rock. Any discussion on this item? All in favor? Okay. And then the next department that I had in my notes that you talked about was building, the building department on page 143. Did anyone have anything prior to the building? If not, we'll go to 143. Dave, did you want to talk to this one?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to on line 42113 for an additional 500,000 to accept the changes as recommended by the administration and finance department.
Okay, can I get a second?
I will second.
Yep. I'll go with Bob on that one.
No problem.
Any discussion on this item? Let's see, all in favor? Unanimous, okay.
All right, same department, line item 42113. I'd like to make a motion to increase that by 25,000. It says per the administration and finance department.
Councilman Myers, okay. Any discussion on this matter? All in favor? Unanimous, okay.
To make a final motion here, building department, line 42117. I'd like to increase that by 25,000, as recommended by the administration and finance department.
Second, Mr. Myers, thank you. All in favor? Perfect, okay. And then on my list, I added this, the phone access. But we voted on that already, right? And you have that in your list, right? Okay. Were there any other changes to revenue items that we discussed or would like to add? Not hearing any. All right. Let's see. So by my notes, and you can let me know if you agree, Ben and Shane, but those changes total to $4,205,650 increase to revenue.
So I have 4205650.
Yeah. Confirmed, so that would change the, add that to the 48,649,000 that we talked about earlier. That would take the new revised non-tax revenue up to 52,854,650. Agreed? That's what the screen shows too. All right, so we're gonna
Vote on total
yeah,
revenue.
we're gonna vote on the totals at the end. In case we want to come back and decide anything, but that, I want to make sure we're in sync there. Okay, so with that, I'd like to move on to the Board of Education. See if
We're not doing debt service portion of it?
sorry, my apologies if my notes and what I had shared previously, debt service is actually an expense item, not revenue, which is the
Yeah,
wrong.
I thought so, but I went down here, so
Yeah,
that's.
so we'll discuss that on the expense side.
Okay.
Yep. And thankfully, it'll be the last item discussed, so it'll really be, you know, where the dust is settling. So with that,
Expenses?
with that,
We're gonna do Board of Ed.
we're gonna do Board of Ed, which should be,
Is there a reason why we don't take Board of Ed in order? There's not like a lot of people here to talk about it, right? We take it in order?
Yeah.
I want to see where we get to, if
oh, sure,
you don't mind.
that's fine. Yeah, all right, so we're gonna defer Board of Ed and until after we get through the town side.
Great, I appreciate it.
No worries, happy to do that. So
Sorry, Mr. Testani.
Me.
Continue. Oh, yeah, sorry, you guys.
all right, so
Continue watching the sausage being made. Is that what you call it?
all right, so with that, we will turn back to the front of the book. We'll start on the town side. And we'll now focus on the expense side. And we'll start in the first department, 1010, first select person's office. Do we have something, a motion to put forward?
Yes.
And Jim, if you wouldn't mind, I know you were gonna talk about some of the meaty items here, but can I ask you to do the first two ones that the town had
Yes.
recommended as well?
Absolutely. So I'd like to make a motion to increase account 51010 regular payroll in the amount of $6,000 as recommended by the administration and finance.
Can I get a second for that?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion on this matter? All in favor? All right, that's unanimous. And then the next.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to decrease the account 58120 travel and meetings by $1,500 as put forward by the administration and the finance department.
Okay, get a second. Amy? Thank you. Any discussion on this matter? All in favor? Okay, unanimous. All right, now the meaty one, Mr. Myers.
Okay, so would you like me to take it in two different steps here?
Yeah, so I think it really, the top line on this line is really the pivot point, right? So
If that doesn't go, we know.
You don't have to do the
We'll just
other
do them in two pieces then. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to decrease account 51010 regular payroll in the amount of $170,000 for the purpose of deferring the hire of a chief operating officer.
I'll second that.
Okay, and that's seconded by Amy, so I will open it up for discussion. Any comments or discussion?
I'll start. So we talked about, whether this is an item that is required to be budgeted per the charter. I don't think it is. I think you can just appoint a COO. So that goes to the question of, can we appoint a CEO currently? Based on the first select person's input, we can't. Off the top of my head, Tom Harris would be the only name that comes to mind. That being said, this board, over the past couple of years, has expressed concern, to say the least, about too broad of a portfolio being put into one person's lap. So, I'm sort of disinclined to an internal hire where it would be somebody who's doing two roles. Beyond that, the biggest thing for me is, I think we all agree that you need something like a COO or an administrator or something like that. And if that's the case, I don't really get the logic of not funding it this year if we're only going to fund it next year, because it doesn't solve a structural issue. It's just taking head count off in one year, adding it on another. I do get the idea of what Jim was saying yesterday, that it's sort of an emotional thing. You see, people are like, come on, another thing. But I think that's kind of on us to message it. If we think that it's a necessary position, that it should be budgeted, I'm willing to take the heat for it. I also did some math coming into this meeting, and just for context, this role, all benefits and everything, the cost to somebody whose house appraised at $1 million. This role, if we take it off, it's like an $8 savings. It's a really small amount. So I think, look, we have to look at everything, because in the aggregate it builds up, and this particular piece is important, because it really goes to the way we think the town should be governed. But I am of the opinion that we need some role like this, and I don't want to cut a position just for what I think would be a symbolic gesture in this year. I don't want to do that, but that's just my point of view.
Mr. Walsh?
I appreciate that, Shane. I don't agree with it. Number one, this whole argument, I just want to get past it, so we don't have to have the same argument on every single thing. Is that we could take any cut that we make, and when looked at individually, it means nothing. We shouldn't have cut the $2,000 from the travel and meetings line. from the first selectman. We're just giving it to her. Because what does it mean to the taxpayer? Zero. So we can make that argument on any single cut we make in this budget. It'll all make nothing. But I will tell you, by the end of tonight, these total cuts are gonna mean something. And they will mean a considerable amount, especially what we just did with revenue. So I can't agree with that. One of my big problems, and I wasn't here to talk about it last night, was that the first select person's office has been able to live with this without this position since July. And without having the position, I would say that give the taxpayers a break with what happened with the revaluation. That'll be a recurring argument all night long. And we need to do something. If we are going to make any serious changes tonight, we are all gonna have to get uncomfortable with some stuff. It's not all, in a normal year, I wouldn't have argued against it. This is not a normal year. This is completely not a normal. So based on that, I'm gonna support this cut and move forward on behalf of the taxpayers. So I support it.
I just want to bring up one thing that wasn't discussed yesterday, but there's also, and I know you say about the date. I'm not gonna get into revisiting it, but you brought it up.
Well, I
We
just
had
wanted,
somebody that was a red herring in that session. So, the other thing I want to make mention of is this position has been construed to be extraordinarily political. And we're less than 2 years away from another election. So I don't want to keep seeing talent coming in the door and going out the door. It's a complete waste of taxpayers' money. So I don't support it.
Okay.
I had shared with this board, don't want it to be political, which is why I didn't fill it prior to the special election. We've been making do without it, but things are not getting done. We're very much being reactive to a lot of things and instead of being proactive, just because there's only so many hours in the day. This position, it's not a new position. It's been in the budget for 2 administrations. It was on the ballot, gave the argument, voters, voted for it, for something to be in the charter and something for us to fund. Putting somebody else as the COO without any compensation to give them that additional responsibility, I don't think would not be something that I would be supportive of. I shared, I give a lot of, thanks and credit to the first select person's office and the department heads who have been really filling in and going above and beyond in the absence of a COO, but we're missing that. Wanted to wait until our new HR director was on board to really fine tune the job description and post it and see who we have apply. Didn't want to rush it. It would have been, if it wanted to be political, it would have been filled. It would have been filled the day after our COO left in September. So hear that, but I think really we need to move forward in filling this position as apolitically as possible, get somebody who is skilled to be a strategic thinker, to help our organization operate more efficiently, to save money for our taxpayers. We're a growing town. We have a lot of needs. We talked about areas of challenges, and I think that we need an extra layer of leadership and management, and encourage you to keep this funding.
Thank you. Other comments?
I mean, I would just say that, I do think that you can get, through consulting, you can get people to come in and give opinions and whatnot, and how to make the town more efficient. I would gladly support funding that. Again, for me, it all comes down to the person, okay? I mean, if you get the right person, this probably wouldn't be a discussion, but unfortunately, we've had some really bad luck with the people that have been in this position, and the hiring in this town has not been fantastic. So I don't have a lot of, encouragement, just knowing that this is gonna be a home run. Could be another, if I say this one more time, this guy's gonna have an ego, but if it was another risk manager type hire where it pays for itself, that's the key. But that's why I raised it.
And I can't speak, I didn't make the previous hires. I did hire the risk manager though, so,
One for one.
that was a
And the
great hire.
HR director too.
That makes me feel better. Yeah.
And a new HR director and started really looking at HR because I agree with you in terms of the person being there. I think in just sustainability for the organization and for leadership and for, backup to other departments in terms of leadership. And I think that I'm ultra sensitive to that, given that the way that we, lost our first select person so suddenly, entered into this role in a time of transition, became the first select person while also campaigning. And there was definitely, there's only so many hours a day. And and as you said, another election's coming up in another year and a half. So in terms of sustainability, leadership sustainability for the town, I'm not looking to rush this. I would love to hire somebody that will last through administrations because I think that's what the town needs. And that's my focus in filling this position and have not been rushing it because I want to get it right. And don't want to minimize at all the investment right now. I hear you in terms of wanting to be cognizant of that, but this is again, looking for an investment for the future. Just another level of oversight and organizational effectiveness and strategic planning. And we can hire that, but then we have to add money for that. And very often consultants they come and go. And could end up coming close to $170,000. Now, I know benefits are on top of that, but we didn't budget for a consultant to kind of help be the COO.
If I could just follow up.
Yeah, of course.
In your discussions with the new HR director, as she assessed sort of the org structure and the town needs, and your discussions with her in terms of what this role should look like, I mean, what's been her feedback in terms of how she sees the role?
Right now, she's focusing on her own department of just the reorganization of human resources. We're, I think, aligned in wanting it to be not a town manager, like elevated for that, but not being political, being strategic, really being a resource to all department heads and filling the gaps if need be, but really looking big picture to the future. And we're working on the job description to post it. We've had one previously that just seemed to be a little bit too all encompassing. We want to be focused with it. And happy, to take feedback for things that you would want to see in this position as we, post it as well. Because this position's a resource to all, to the board as well.
Mr. Stark.
I think while I greatly sympathize with my colleagues on my left and want to vote that way, constitutionally, it's really too hard for me to swallow. We just went through a charter revision process where we added this role. Now, it does say that the position shall be appointed as necessary, but when one reads further, it says that positions 1 through 13, this being the 13th, shall be appointed by the first select person. So what we would be doing here is defunding a role that's in the charter, which I think is, especially in light of the fact that we went through charter revision only a few months ago, overstepping our role.
Thank you. I have comments as well, but I'm gonna keep it open. Mr. Walsh?
I'll just say just something for select woman said that this chief operations officer of Cap, it's not staying from, it's a political position. All these positions change 100% except Jen. And I think she's been in the role so long. Brenda allowed Jen to stay, although traditionally that would have never happened.
Well, wouldn't you agree?
So every position here, from administration, if there's a change, the politics of it, let's not think that someone's staying. like we're hiring some long-term person who's gonna be here. Unless, Madam First Selectwoman, you're here for another 20 years, and then they'll stay for 20 years potentially, if you think they're doing a good job. So that's the way it is. I don't want the public or anybody to be misled by that.
Yeah.
We're not hiring like somebody like, these are political positions. The first select person's office is a political position that changes when the voters change out the lead person in the department.
But in our history in the town, we didn't have a COO or a CAO before, not until recently.
Yeah.
The only equivalent senior C-suite that is comparable is CFO.
Mhm.
And
Paul Hiller stayed for a bunch of it.
I was gonna say, there was a long history of a CFO who
I know.
switched
I
sides.
did, there was.
Was there?
There was until Mr. Tetra turned it political. And then
Look, I'm not gonna,
Mr. Hiller got a payout, substantial payout.
Yeah.
Because it didn't match what the charter said you had to do. And he properly got a potential legal settlement out of that. But that's when it started changing. And now, I would say Tom's position, if you look at the changes that have happened from administration to administration, how could you not say that's not a political position? That's the history. It wasn't that
I
way.
think we heard
but
the
it got
first select
changed.
woman, I think we heard the first select person say that she's hoping to fill this role with a non-political person that will have the skill set that would survive a change at the top.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I thought the same would happen for Mr. Bremer. He was a Democrat. And no, he got terminated immediately by Mr. Gerber. That shot in the head. You know, and that's what happened.
well,
I don't think,
yeah,
I mean, just that imagery, just.
Yeah.
I kind of home word to that kind of language.
He got
you know,
terminated,
I
with a
just,
capital T.
I,
And he was a very smart guy.
I think that I'm not gonna go back and litigate past decisions that I didn't make. I'm telling you, that for myself, maybe I'm being idealistic, but I love this town. And what I think that this town needs is some COO that will stand the test of time, the CFO that will stand the test of time through administrations. Because every time there's a change, a transition, we kind of stand still. It's not the best use of resources, learning things all over again.
I just look at the last three.
I understand, and I understand where you're coming from, but this position's only been around for between two administrations. I understand.
Not in the charter.
Mr. Penley.
So like just sort of getting back to this line that, I'm hearing a couple things. Like one is that it depends on the person, right? You want to get a good person, but even if we get a good person, you're saying it's going to switch out.
I've never cared, Shane.
You don't want them to-
I'll just be honest with you. I don't really care who's in the position, to be honest with you.
You just don't like the position at all.
No, yeah, I don't like the position at all, number one.
Yeah.
And number two, it's up to that administration to choose who they want in their office.
Yeah.
It's like any presidential administration. You choose who you want in that office.
Yeah.
If somebody picks a bad person, and I've seen that happen.
Yeah.
That's makes them look bad. You don't hire good
So
people
this-
behind you.
This is like basically the way, like to get just the basic way I'm looking at it is that, okay, you have a first selectman's office. They need someone in the office. It can't just be the first selectman and a secretary. So I think there should be some sort of high level administrative role.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm at, like if you guys agree with that, and I think we do on some level, whether you call it a COO or something.
Yeah.
If we believe in that premise, even though perhaps it rotates out every few years, I think we need to budget for it. And I get that this year is a shock, but you know what? Next year is gonna be a shock.
Yeah.
We're gonna have the same pattern. So we're just building in a cliff by not budgeting it now.
I'm gonna put my cards on the table. I never thought we should have a CAO, to be honest with you. I thought a chief of staff was fine. We ran for many decades with that model, and it didn't seem to cause any problems where people were asking questions.
Can I interject there? Because I think that's perfect segue. Like for me, there are several things that resonate. One, we did just have charter revision and we actually had this on the ballot where we heard from our residents that this is an important position to hold. You just said, you put your cards on the table there, Mr. Walton, and respectfully, if you don't like the position, we can't overturn the referendum that was
I'm not
voted.
saying we can overturn it.
Effectively,
We don't have to fund it.
effectively, you're saying by not funding it, you're overturning it, right? So. But
It says it has to be paid.
but
It
you
could
just
be-
said something that's really important. You talked about for years, we had this model where a CAO or CO, to me, a CAO, COO, same position,
Yeah.
right? We can, the title's different, but it's effectively the same role. This town did run into a problem before that position was in place. When the Tetro administration was here and they only had a part-time chief of staff, a lot of stuff got overlooked and we ended up with a really big pile of,
You know what?
yeah. So my feeling is,
Well, I mean.
look, the public administration came in and said they needed this position filled. This board voted, I believe unanimously, to support that
Yeah.
growth in the department, and rightfully so. I think it's a really important position. And that's reinforced by what was on the ballot and voted by the residents to make this a charter position. So I think it would be a significant mistake if we were to not properly budget for this position, so. Mr. Rock, thank you.
Yeah, look, I'm with Kevin. I just think we're overstepping our authority. I think, it's right in the charter. First select person has the right, to go ahead and hire a COO. And so us playing a game here on the board and thinking that we can defund it, I think that's not where we want to be. I'm gonna vote for it, because I don't believe I can't vote against it, quite honestly.
I don't think it's a game. I just want to be clear. I don't think it's a game. I'm trying to bring in numbers that are as low as possible. I think somebody,
Look,
I listen to what you had to say. Please let me speak, Mr. Rock.
Go ahead.
Okay, we all speak one at a time.
Okay.
That I don't think this is a game. I think we're trying to drive down numbers for our taxpayers based on the numbers that we're looking at, and people are looking at 30% plus tax increases. That's the reality. That's what's overshadowing our hearing tonight, and has been overshadowing our hearings all month long. And I'm just trying to find a way to do that. You don't want to do that? I get it. You guys can fund it. I'm not into that. I think we got to get uncomfortable with some things. And I'm not saying that I wouldn't permanently unfund it. I'm just saying that I was trying to find a way. But you guys have the numbers, so let's just go to a vote on it and move on.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, and look, I do appreciate that we just took 22 amendments to the revenues on a 9-0 vote. And I think we're all motivated to try and, close this gap if we can.
Yeah, I think we're just, as the night goes on, I think there's just gonna be differences, and we just have to acknowledge them and move on.
Okay, so.
Can I just add one more thing?
Last thing.
Just in sort of to be productive, because everything you're saying resonates with me on practically what will happen. Last night at the deliberation, we talked about some other departments where you had some creative ideas about making changes, but they sort of involved shifting numbers around. And so this to me is different than that, because it's just taking the overall budget and making a pretty significant slash to it. Like the first selectman's office budget, this would be a huge cut to it. So it's different from, you're finding.
She's got other positions in there that she could change. Right, maybe she doesn't want to have a communications and a deputy chief of staff. Maybe this is more important than those. I mean, this is a pretty busy office right now, so. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just want to add on to what you just said here, but we were told a very different story about the communication director, and I don't disagree at all. I mean, the charter says that position should be, has been voted on and heard from our taxpayers. And it was voted yes.
Yeah.
So I agree that we don't necessarily have the right to do that. I thought perhaps when we were meeting, there was somebody you had in mind, and maybe I misread the tea leaves, that there was someone that you already had here that could have gotten an enhanced title. But with that being said, we were told a very different story on the communication director, and that was a new ad last year, or when I first came on this budget. And we were told it was going to be a 50% position with no benefits. And then it became No, they're coming full-time and they've been promised this raise. And it is a complete add to the budget. And once you get that in, it's not one position in this group. And I agree. I said last night and I stand behind it. She needs a right-hand person. I think every strong leader needs a right-hand person. But you have another person there too. This office is a bit crowded. There could be a reallocation and we were sold something different. And we all voted on that. I'm not making that up. We were told it was gonna be no benefits, 50%, then it changed. I mean, it's a lot in this position, in this budget, and there's no take at this budget. It's like, is it untouchable? I don't know.
Well, we can certainly take other motions for other positions or otherwise, but the motion on the table right now is for a cut of $170,000 to payroll as identified at the COO position, but if there's no further discussion, we'll call for the vote. So an affirmative, just to be clear, an affirmative vote here would be to a vote to cut this position and remove $170,000 on this line. If this passes, we'll vote for the subsequent Social Security benefits, so on and so forth. I'll ask for the all in favor of cutting $170,000 from regular payroll in Department 1010. Great. Those opposed? Okay, that's our first non-unanimous vote, 3-6. So that motion fails. So
You don't have to do the next one.
yeah, so I think that means that the next three on our notes list here, we don't need to do, right?
Correct.
Right, but I have another motion.
Sure.
I'm making a motion for the same line item.
Yeah.
On the 51010 to cut $106,000, which is currently listed under the communications director. I have spoken many times about not supporting that position. That position those duties were previously done by the first select woman, Ms. Tupchik before Mr. Gerber, and by the chief of staff. And I think that can continue to be done by those departments, especially this year when we are having our taxpayers have been shifted much of the tax burden of the town onto them and are having dramatic increases. So I'm making a motion. If it passes, I'll make the other motions for the other departments, but at least right now for the $106,000 for the communications director. And that is a non-constitutional position in the charter. So a lot of people should not have any problems with it.
And
So should we second that first?
yeah, we need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, so I want to make sure I get this right. The dollar amount was 106?
$106,000, and that's what's been requested in the 27 budget.
Yeah. Okay. So discussion on this matter.
Well, I kind of said what the reason I was
Yeah,
making.
yeah, no, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, anybody else? Catching up on our notes. Okay, not hearing any further deliberation or discussion.
I just want to advocate again,
Sure.
I mean, I don't want to be repetitive, we discussed this at length before this position. And don't want to diminish the approach Ms. Tupchik took with her administration, but this communications director is doing more than just the newsletter side. Over the last 6 years, I think just social media, there's multiple ways of communicating, the job has expanded. She leads our Safe Streets for All Alliance. She's been instrumental in communicating with our grassroots organizations who have been advocating with the UI.
Right.
The instrumental in dealing with the press. There's a lot going on and things are changing. So I think we need to be cognizant of where we are right now. Our residents want to be communicated with. And it's a full-time job. I think residents rely on that
You wanna go first,
communication.
John?
Mr. Matola?
I was just gonna say, you said those things at least 3 times that you've been first select person. I think when you presented your budget, you said the exact same. So.
And
I'm
the
not-
communication that just went out today, sorry to cut you off, Mr.
No,
Matola,
that's it.
just speaks to the coordinated effort of a very sensitive, making sure that the press release went out, the social media went out, the email to the townwide list went out, the letter went out to over 1,000 residents who live in the area. I mean, all of that,
Yep.
that took time, it took coordination with multiple departments, with our legal team. It wasn't just doing a weekly newsletter. And there's, every day, there are situations that our communications director is in, in the room where these decisions are being made, advocated, communications director at the school district, and continue to advocate on the town side as well.
Mr. Myers?
I just want to put some numbers to the conversation where we made the point that the room is getting crowded. That's more anecdotal, but if I just add the regular payroll and the part-time payroll for fiscal year 27 proposed versus fiscal year 2023 actual, that total is up 50%. Which I think is a lot. Huge. That's 50%. I don't know how many administration is that Brenda to today?
Yes.
I mean, I thought Brenda did a pretty good job. So that's all I'm gonna say about this, but I know where the vote's gonna go.
Any other comments? All right. All in favor of this amendment to remove 106,000 from regular payroll and first select person's department?
No.
No. So that's 2. And any opposed? And so it's 2 to 7. True. Okay, thank you. Anything else in the first select person's department? Yes, Mr. Walsh.
Line 51030, I'm making a reduction of 36,466. Constituent Relations Coordinator, once again, trying to save the taxpayer a buck as the revaluation is shifted in a disproportionate amount onto them, making people pay 25, 30 and 30% higher in taxes this coming year without even any increase. So I'm trying to find ways to save money. So I'm going to make this motion for 36,466.
It's second.
Myers, thank you. Discussion on this matter. Yes, this here.
So I just struggle when we're making a vote on the last one where we have somebody in a position that's currently working that we're voting to, be voting to fire somebody.
Yeah.
So that's where my struggle is. And I just went through significant rounds of layoffs in my my company, and it's very painful. So I just want to understand how long this person has been in this position and what are how long has this person been here? Is there somebody that's not, they're currently here? What is the story? I just want to understand more about this role.
At least a year. I don't know the exact, this was a hire from Mr. Gerber. I don't remember her exact start date, 1.5 years. She handles all the email that comes first line for the first select person email address. She answers constituent concerns for the people that call on the phone. She's also serves for a lot of initiatives around complete streets, helps with grant writing, and in the absence of a COO right now has been filling. She's again, just communicating with our public and being responsive to the public's needs. She's the person that follows through on a lot of phone calls that come in and the emails that come in for follow-up, coordinating with departments to get residents the answers that they need. And in terms of customer service, this is Sarah, constituents coordinator, services coordinator, as the job title describes, just keeping that relationship strong and knowing people that when they call the first select person's office, if I'm not in the office, or the chief of staff is not in the office, that there's somebody there to answer their questions or direct them to a department head who can answer their questions.
So based on what you just shared, if you were to hire a very strong chief operating officer, and you have, a, communications director that's full-time, that has taken on, like you said, the complete straights and lots of other things. I mean, to expect that in a year where you're being compressed to make tough decisions, and you do have to look at potentially eliminating positions. It does sound like if you get up to fully operating staff with the COO, a lot of that work would be duplicative.
Well, no, I mean, each role has different functions. The constituent relations coordinator is answering, it's a part-time job, answering emails, answering phone, and has also been helping with project work.
So then I guess I'm
The
gonna
chief
go,
of staff and the communications director is not, they're handling external and internal communications. They're not answering emails that are coming in from constituents.
but just in summary,
And the COO, mayor, would be not necessarily spending 24/7 in the first select person's office. Ideally, they would be working across departments and working with town departments. And ideally, I would even not have them, if possible, spaces tight, not have them sitting in the first select person's office. To the point of it not wanting to be political, but being a position really for the organization.
so basically what I'm hearing is that this budget is untouchable. There's no give here at all. Because honestly, to say, like, I mean, like I said, I've just gone through this, you gotta make tough decisions. You're not willing to cut a dime out of your budget. Let's just face it. It is what it is. It's untouchable, so.
I
There's
made,
just
I
not
did,
cuts on the
they're
personnel
not
line.
cuts on
Where?
staff.
$1,500 in travel and meetings.
Come on.
You just said a dime. I'm just saying that hyperbole, right? You get-
Okay. I think the point is made. Never mind. We could vote on it, probably.
All right.
And I mean, we cut in communications. There's not a lot of budget otherwise.
I'm trying to work.
Aside
with
from
you, but
staffing.
obviously, it seems like there's,
Aside from staffing.
If there's no,
I'll just, whatever. I have nothing to say more on this vote.
yeah, Mr. Starr.
I think nothing would anger a Fairfield resident more than if they can't get an answer from the first selectman's office on a complaint that they have, which I think is probably this person's first, they're the first line of duty on that kind of thing. I mean, you
And,
pay attention to social media, people complain all the time about not being able to get an answer to something.
And there's a lot of
It's
research
crazy.
that goes in also. Very often the questions are not easy answers. They
Mm-hmm.
require research and coordination and communication with department heads as well. So it's not, where do I get my beach sticker? Some of them are more complex. Some of them are questions about products that are going on, questions about the reval, questions about, the budget. It's a gamut, and some of them are easy answers, some of them are more complex, and this person has the professionalism, the communication skills, the organizational skills to really be an asset to our residents, to the first select person's department, arguably to other departments as well. She updates the website, helps with website updates, and really a team player. I'm not we look for items, in other areas of the department to reduce that we weren't using, but for staff, I'm in my budget, and I'm going to defend the need and the service they provide.
Mr. Welch, you started to,
Yeah, I mean, I was just, when I was going to elementary school, I had the ability to write for our little school newspaper. And I was lucky enough to be there at a time when John Sullivan was a longstanding 20+ year first selectman. To this day, I think he was probably the best first selectman we've ever had, because he would almost win like 80 or 90% of the vote. And during my interview process, when I asked him about what his role was as first selectman, the first thing he said to me was that he is there to answer all questions to taxpayers and anyone who lives in the Fairfield personally. And he takes that role on every single day himself. So now we have people, we pay $36,466 and they answer for you. So whatever, it is what it is.
That's not saying that I don't answer questions as well, but
Yeah.
as you know, the first select person is not in the office all day. I was up in Hartford for 4 hours today, so if a resident called, they weren't going to get me on the phone, but there was somebody in the office to answer their question and then answer their email. But and we're not, and a lot has changed since John Sullivan was
Yeah, I
our
was
first
gonna-
select person.
I was gonna say a lot's changed 50, 60 years ago.
Yeah.
So.
You have a
we're a
smartphone now.
Much
You
different
can get
town.
After your meeting, you can get your emails. This has changed.
All right.
All right, so we've kind of
Let's move
moved the
forward.
source. All right, so all in favor of cutting $36,466 from regular payroll in the first select person's office? 3, no? 6, all right, so 3-6. Anything else in the first select person's department?
No, we're not getting anywhere. I'm not gonna make any more cuts. It's an untouchable budget, so let's just move on.
The next item from our deliberations on in my notes is the registrar of voters, page 40. Did we have anything prior to page 40? Not seeing any. Okay, so Amy, you kind of pieced this together last night. Do you want to take these items? I think there were 4.
So for
Registrar of voters.
the register of voters, I'd like to propose a reduction to seasonal payroll of account or line item 51070 for $7,700.
Mr. Matola, thank you. Any discussion on this matter? No, okay, all in favor? No, okay, back in rhythm.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion and to capital outlay.
Okay.
And I would like to propose that we're going to, well, I guess we'll want to have discussion. I'm proposing that we remove the full amount of $12,060. Which is different than what we talked about last night based on information that we'll discuss, line 57000. So a motion to take out the $12,060.
Okay, second on that item? Walls, okay, thank you.
And if it's okay to kick it off.
Yeah.
So basically, I received an email today, and I think there was some follow-up. Tom Harris reached out to certainly Kathy and I think Matt. I don't know if this is the facts. I'm just gonna read what I've been told.
Sure.
But because we heard something very different last night, that we currently have 27 tabulators. And 13 are considered backup today. And that they're not necessary. And that if there was concern, there was a few that are broken that were not allowed to be serviced this year.
Right.
So that is just very different from what we heard last night.
Yeah.
And I don't know why we're getting contradictory information, because I think that we kind of concluded last night that we could have one and take a slow roll here and
Yeah.
just buy one and we should be fine.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why this information is so completely different. So I don't know if you've heard something else.
Mr. Matola,
Maybe I misunderstood. Is it I thought a tabulator was the actual machine you go vote at.
I don't know
What is it?
now it's that. they
Counts it, I
feed the
think.
paper into-
Oh,
that's
I did.
counted. Okay.
Yeah.
So you were told we have 27 of them,
20, we have 27 tabulators
13 are back.
and 13 are considered backup.
40.
Adding is
every
completely not
single-
necessary.
We don't,
At every single
How many
location, we have
polls?
one and then we have a backup.
the backup.
Yeah.
What do we have, like 10 locations?
We have at least 10.
We have 10 districts, plus we have town hall and early voting. So that would be 12.
So there's 24 tabulators that you need. I don't know if early voting has two. They must have a backup there. So 24 tabulators. I don't know.
You're gonna use the early voting one in the regular
Yeah, you
election. so
can, yeah,
it's-
sure. yeah.
You could as a backup, right?
Or a primary.
And why did we not fix the ones that are broken?
I can't speak to that. She didn't say it and we didn't have them come in.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
So the 27 tabulators, 13 are backups. That means 14 are used in polling locations. How
So
many?
we have
did she say were
27
offline?
tabulators and 13 are considered backups.
Okay, and how many were broken then not?
She didn't say. She said if he had concerns about the ones that are broken or down, he would have allowed them to be surfaced earlier this year. That's all it says.
I believe
I
there are
don't
two
know.
down.
There was a couple down. I don't know if it was two. Should you go to you too?
Yeah. Spoke to him.
Okay.
Yeah, can the administration
Well, I mean,
provide any insight?
Any insight?
they do not report to the
Not that we
administration.
know.
These are elected officials and very often their opinions, so I'm hesitant.
Yeah.
To either.
Yeah.
I know that they wanted, if there was a concern that we want to have a backup at each polling location.
It seems like they have a backup.
You know,
Well,
and there have been
and-
issues and there have
this
been
is-
issues with.
The conflicting information we have is my conversation was with the registrar Wagner. Was that we were one tabulator short of what's recommended by the Secretary of State. And my guess is that means we should have 14 online and 14 backups, right? We have 13.
Was he open and honest with you to tell you that there's two that are down? That he is not signing off on being repaired? That Ms. Politi has signed off on getting them repaired?
If
But
they're
we need two
repairable, they should be
signatures.
repaired.
Yes, they should be repaired. And the first select woman
I don't
to
know
be
if the
following up
technology's
on that to
changed.
find out whether they are repaired.
But I'm just sharing what information was shared with me, that we were one short of the recommended amount. And getting a second would provide this backup. So,
Can I just make a recommendation?
yeah,
I don't think that we have a solid case to approve this because we don't have an agreement. So I would say,
If that department can't even come in here and tell us what they
well,
need.
we didn't ask them to come.
I don't think we give them the money. Well, I mean,
But do we want to?
I think we take the $12,060 out. We were gonna take it in half anyway. Until we find out that they need it. And then you make a case to transfer the money if they need it and they come and present their case.
Yeah.
Why is that not fair?
We transfer this amount to a contingency
I think
account.
part of it, and I didn't bring my notes.
We
from
left some
this.
money in that contingency account that I didn't wanna leave. About
So-
25 grand there.
So when I was thinking about this, as we were deliberating, for me, there was $12,000 on the table, whether we cut both machines or we cut seasonal payroll. Once we start cutting both and going above 12,000, then I worry that the function of administrating our elections may be jeopardized. And look, the two registrars can argue and figure out whether they repair these machines or replace them or have enough money for the seasonal payroll. But to me, it was like $12,000 was on the table. And I didn't care whether it came out of capital, cut them both, or cut it out of seasonal payroll. What I worry about is cutting capital outlay and seasonal payroll and the maintenance on it and travel and meetings. So now that in our notes, changing the one machine to two, it's a $22,000 cut to the department.
Right.
And I worry that that's not enough money to administer the elections properly.
So I thought that they agreed on this.
They offered up the.
They offered up the comp though.
On the.
Well, they offered
So-
up 12. But Wagner said 12 out of seasonal payroll, Politi said 12 out of capital outlay, but
That's what
They
they
didn't-
agreed on.
they didn't.
I thought that he said 12 out of capital,
No.
out of seasonal payroll and down one tabulator.
No, what he was saying was he wanted two tabulators, one to get to the recommended level and one for the backup. And then when we talked about it last night, the discussion was, well, let's give them one, not both. I felt comfortable with that because it got to the recommended level from the Secretary of State. I was comfortable taking additional money out of seasonal payroll because it got us in around that 12,000 in total. but I get a little nervous when we cut 22. Yeah, so,
Well, the motion is to cut the entire amount.
That's what the motion is, stands at right now.
yeah, Mr. Walsh.
When you spoke to Mr. Wagner, did he mention the fact that the taxpayers of Fairfield have, with their taxes, contributed towards the Secretary of State, keeping 110 loaner tabulators always available, strategically located around the state of Connecticut in case a tabulator went down? So we're funding, the taxpayers of Fairfield are funding 110 of these things. And if one went down, not only do we have 13, we have 13 available. Why would we possibly, and then we always have a backup of this 110 we could borrow. Why do we keep buying tabulators?
Well, technology's changed, right? That's
Yeah,
one.
no,
thing.
but we
I
have
hear
the
you.
technology.
It
We
seems
have
like
the
it's
technology.
redundancy on top of redundancy.
It's redundant.
Where are the 110 tabulators coming
The
from?
Secretary of State strategically locates them around the state to wherever the voting is going to be.
So if
if somebody
tabulator
goes down, yeah, because not every town does what Fairfield does and provides one extra backup at every location. Many towns say, we have 5 voting locations. We'll have one backup for the town. We have 13 extras.
Yeah, and I also was like, what I was asking last night, I think what these are for is counting the votes, right? So
Yeah.
if it took a little time to get one from one of these emergency locations, the votes just get counted later, but they're gonna get voted.
They get held, and when they have a tabulator, they get put through by the staff.
Yeah, I agree. And then there's just too much lines getting crossed. Like, what are we even voting on? I say take it
We
out.
now, this is for, certainly we need them to come before us next year.
Next year.
But for tonight, I think we'll stay with the motion.
Are you talking to Ms. Clinton now?
No.
Or getting texts like?
I'm not getting tests. This is an email. When I asked her for her position about what happened at the Board of Selectmen meeting, she sent me an email on March 28th.
Do you want to try to see if we can get them to join?
No, really?
I don't know. I think on a voting night, we have so much to
For
do.
$12,000.
No, I appreciate it.
Because you know
No,
what?
I appreciate
I
it.
just, I don't,
Answer
we're
from
both
the-
speaking for them and I'd rather just,
I really appreciate that, but I just don't know whether we have the time. Like, last night maybe, but tonight I just.
Yeah. Okay, so this. The seasonal payroll already passed the $7,700 cut on that. The motion on the table is to cut both of the machines, 12,060. So that would result in just about 19,760 in total cuts to the department so far.
Correct.
So any further discussion, or can we vote on this item? Anyone want to make an amendment to this item? Okay, we'll call for the vote. All in favor of cutting the capital outlay line item for the register of voters by $12,060. 9-0. Okay, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion for the maintenance and repair line for line 54310
Yep.
for a total of $630, which is the maintenance and
Maintenance on
repair
those two
associated
items.
with those two
Yep.
tabulators that we just removed.
Yep.
And the promo.
And the second on that would be,
Sorry, are you increasing it or decreasing?
so
Take it out.
630.
You're not gonna have the tabulators. You don't need those expenses.
times 2.
well, I think that
Yeah.
was.
No, I thought it was, that was the total they
didn't-
gave
They
me.
got new tabulators and the Secretary of State was supposed to cover the expense of it. And then they
Does that look
didn't,
like
and they put it on maintenance.
Who seconded that?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Okay, thank you.
It was 6:30 last night.
3:15 last night.
315 was for one, 630 is for two, so 630 is
for two is my-
proper amount.
Yes,
for-
exactly, for two.
Yeah,
That's the amount.
agreed.
6:30.
630.
That is just the maintenance and repair associated with the two tabulators we just cut.
Makes
So if
sense.
we don't have them, then this would just be a natural cut.
All right.
You buy new tabulators and you have to have a line for maintenance or repair of a new tabulator.
That's how the
It makes no
budget was built. I don't get it either. but-
Well, $100 of that is for the firmware for each of the two machines, and then $215 is the maintenance.
Okay, but the motion on the table is to cut maintenance and repair by
$630.
$630.
$630.
All in favor? Okay, we're good. 9-0. Did you have one more on that one?
I did not have one more.
Okay.
If there was something I missed up.
I thought we had talked in our discussions last night about
Seasonal
cutting
pays were-
travel by
Travel and
2,000.
meetings?
Oh, my apologies. Yes. I would like to make a motion to reduce line 58120, travel and meetings by $2,000.
Okay, and a second on that? Mr. Wall. Any discussion on this matter? Okay, all in favor for cutting travel and meetings for the registered voter by $2,000? All right, passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, the next item on our notes from last night was page 49, probate. Did anyone have anything before we get to probate? Not seeing any.
Yeah, well, we have a note here, but I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. So Bob, do you want to take it though?
Yeah, regarding the probate court account 56100 printing, I moved to reduce the proposed budget by $2,000 in line with current forecasted needs.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Amy. Any discussion on this matter? Not seeing any. All in favor of cutting printing for the probate departments by $2,000, say aye. Unanimous. All right. Back on track. And Bob, did you want to take the next
Next
one?
one is page 63, unless we have something.
Do we have anything before contingency on page 63? No?
Yes. Oh, no, my apologies.
Okay, all right.
Miscellaneous contingencies, account 58100 contingency. I moved to reduce the proposed budget by $25,000 to be in line with current forecasted needs.
I'll second.
We got the second on that. Thank you, Amy. And any discussion on this matter?
I thought there was a desire to just decrease this by a larger amount, Jim.
I wanted to take it completely
Yeah,
out. I think that we had
support.
landed last night with 25.
Yeah.
I think there was some conversation where we talked about what this, I think it's an excessive. I think this kind of stuff here.
Page 63.
I think having the senior persons on the board, I'm curious to see why is ever was kind of ever established and not put in the individual budgets. I mean, you're talking about stuff like labor negotiations. Why, I just don't know why that wouldn't be in it, like the budget and where the normal contingency where those, where we go into executive session and we, like, it's such a small number to have this number here.
Yeah.
And we're not using it. So I wanted to take it down. The original proposal would take it down to 45 and just leave 10. I think last night we put in a number of 25 for a holding place.
Right.
But I'd like to get your thoughts, Jim, on like, why was this ever here? And
Well, I mean, Tom, or for a while, miscellaneous contingencies is where the town copiers got billed. Is that still the case or not?
No.
No, they're not in here any longer. Okay. I feel good reducing it because of what our town attorney said, that we're not gonna need to do appraisals or anything else for court cases going forward with the revaluation hearings or appeals that he's gonna be dealing with.
It's just I think the other thing would be the arbitration. So I don't have a sense of what the cost for like the cost for a mediator, but
that's a lot.
I'm just not seeing from 23, 24, 25. Look at those numbers. They're all.
well, you made a good point. I think they're getting booked to the wrong account. Like they're budgeted here and then when they actually hit.
That's why I would move to take this out of the budget altogether.
Well, we can't do that tonight. I agree 100% with what you're saying, that these expenses should be maybe in different budgets, but we're not able to do that tonight. And what was should have asked this last night, for the current fiscal year budget, how much has that account been depleted? You guys know off the top of your head?
Oh, this year?
This
I
year.
thought it was $3,000. Excuse me. I thought it was 3,000.
John, I completely agree with you, because I think we factored in, and that's why I had proposed 10,000, which I think is good because you need to, while we're looking at all these budgets and we've looked at different calculations with run rate or various like inputs that we know of, you'd need to be able to take those budget numbers of call it 7,500 and put them back into the other budgets, which we could certainly do tonight and just put it all into the, where the contingency is and take this budget line and make it zero, put 10,000 into the contingency.
I mean, I
To just
thought
clear it out, but
maybe it was a place.
we have to move it, I
I thought
guess.
we kind of settled on $25,000.
We did, and there's an additional 15,000 in encumbrances, so it's around 18.
30, and then we
Around
can look at
18,
this
yeah.
next
But
year. I
still.
don't want to deplete something that.
We have room to couple.
Well, I didn't know that there was $18,000 of encumbered
Yeah.
expenses.
So that's.
So that
And
would
Ben may have a.
my mind a little bit, so
Mr. Walsh, it's a combination of an encumbrance and actuals.
18.
18.
Yeah.
Okay, just under, it's 10,900 for actuals and 7,500 for an encumbrance.
I was fine with it last night. I just
That's
wanted
why
to
we got
understand more
20
of it.
well, that's why you got to 25 last
Yeah,
time.
to
All right.
to provide a cushion.
So the motion on the table is $25,000
I'm
reduction.
willing to keep it then. Yeah, 20.
As we take the proposed 55,000 down and leave 30. Okay, so if we don't have further discussion, we'll call for the vote. All in favor of reducing contingency account number 58,100 by 25,000?
That's striking the idea of water that's cold.
Yeah, all right, great, thank you for that. Okay, so the next item I had in my notes was the active employee benefits on page 67. John, did you want to take us through that?
Well, this is on page 67
Yeah.
for active benefits. Matter 5290 health insurance. That's the decrease the amount by 1,155,973, and that's advice of the finance department. We got better numbers.
Can I get a second? Mr. Rock? Okay, any discussion on this matter? All in favor? Thanks, you get another one?
Yeah, I got another. The next one is, contingency 02010.
Oh, hold on, did you not have?
Did I have that? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
You have another one in?
Oh,
Supplement.
That's it? Okay, so before we move off of active employee
Is there another one?
benefits, yeah, I do. So I mentioned earlier that in my summary sheets, I inadvertently had the debt service activity on the revenue side and it belonged in the expense side. And this is where I'm gonna propose two lines. They're offsetting, budget neutral. But in the supplemental contribution health insurance line 52101, the budget calls for a $4,150,000 reduction or but we need to that was gonna come from the internal service fund. So we can't pull this from here. So the two lines that I'm gonna propose are return this line item to zero. So that's a $4,150,000 adjustment. And then the next one, it's further down on the book, but I'll propose it now on page 204 in the debt service line. The transfer out and in 58950 would be the offset, so 4,150,000. So it's just pulling the money from debt service instead of internal service fund. So the motion on the table now is on page 67, Department 1320, active EE benefits, supplemental contribution health insurance 52101 to increase the budget from negative 4,150,000 up by 4,150,000 to zero. That clear enough? Did I make that? A mess of that?
And take it from where? I'm sorry.
It's we're gonna replace this. It's instead of coming from the internal service fund, it's gonna come from the debt service reserve, which we had previously discussed. So can I get a second on that? Mr. Penley? Okay. And I'm happy to answer questions for Tom to clarify.
I think we covered this pretty thoroughly last night, unless Jim
All
has a
right, so all
question.
in favor for this? Yeah, Mr. Walsh.
So that last item that you had under revenues, that will be done during the debt service budget.
I'm gonna propose that we skip forward to the book.
Okay.
We'll make the change. We'll get it taken care of right away.
Okay.
Okay, so all in favor for this $4,150,000 adjustment? Yep, unanimous. Okay, great, thank you. And then to offset that change, just temporarily, we'll fast forward to page 204, which is the debt service account. And I'm going to make the motion to Department 10030, debt service account 58950. The transfer out in line. It was proposed at $3 million, but offset just the motion that was just made, this needs to increase in its reduction, I guess, by $4,150,000, so that the new balance will be $7 million. Coming out of here. Can I get a second on that, Mr. Penley? Thank you. Any questions? All in favor? Okay, good. So we're done on that. Thank you.
While we're there, should we still deal with any other in that regard?
Well, I think the debt service is probably one of our bigger levers, so I think we get to that right at the end.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll turn back to, John, you were about to go to page 78 for contingency. right?
Yeah, this was,
Did anyone have anything before contingency, HR, community economic harbor management? All right, page 79 or 78, I guess.
didn't see 0201, no, it's 58010, reduction of 87,311, that's.
All right, second. All right, Mr. Rock. We'll get Shane to update this.
Which account is he, which department?
It's page 78, which is Department 2010. And there's only one line item in that. Okay, any discussion on this matter?
The dollar amount that you mentioned?
It was-
87,311.
I thought we said 125 last night.
So that's gonna
That's
come,
different.
that's.
That's coming
Oh,
next.
so
that's
So
gonna
this is,
come in
this
two
is the one that
pieces.
was recommended by the administration.
Yes, so we're gonna do it in two
Perfect.
pieces. Yep. So all in favor, well, do we want to wait for Shane? No, we don't need it. All right, so all in favor for this change? 8-0 with Shane out of the room. So,
Is he logging over there as well? now?
yeah,
Okay.
we'll get him. Okay, so did you want to make the
Sure.
change for the
Um,
same line item, right?
I'd like to make a motion for contingency 58010 to reduce it an additional 125,000.
Second, Mr. Elwanger, thank you.
Contingencies.
Any discussion on this?
The 87.
No?
The 1.5 removal.
Okay, so all in favor of the additional $125,000 reduction to contingency? All right, 9-0, back on track. Mr. Penny, do you want to, since you were out of the room, do you want to add your name to the tally for votes on the previous item?
You did.
This
for
is just to
the
increase, to
125.
decrease the contingency on 58010, the
Yeah,
one.
the 87,311.
Yeah, I support that. That's just
Okay.
from
All right,
finance,
so
right?
we're gonna add his vote there, so it's 9-0.
Mhm.
Okay, perfect. All right, and then we just took the other one for 125, so we're good there. The next item that I had is the next page, page 79. I'll take this one first. The Kennedy Collective, which is line 02430. They are budgeted for 15,000, but in speaking with the administration, it was confirmed that they've not made a request and don't need to budget for it. So I propose that we take this line item down to 0.
I second that.
All right, Amy, thank you. Any discussion on the matter? All right, all in favor? All right, unanimous. Great, thank you. All right, any other adjustments to page 79?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay,
I would like to reduce line 02494 Norma Freed Breast Center down from 10,000 to 0.
okay, so reducing that by $10,000. Mr. Oldwanger seconds that, thank you. Any discussion on this matter? Well, I guess for the record, I know that we deliberated about a lot of things last night, but this was one of them, and this adjustment, I think I don't want to speak for everyone, but I thought the general sentiment was it's a very good cause. And there's nothing about this agency specifically that warrants this cut other than it's a tough budget year, it's a well-funded organization. And it kind of goes outside the normal scope of the type of agencies that we support, like that are more local in nature. Although this one definitely has local roots, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, if anybody wants to feel better, they just got $30,000 check from the Christmas, I don't know if it was called the Christmas Tree Festival anymore, but for First Street Christmas event, they were the sole recipient, charity chosen this year. So they received a check for $30,000.
That was the piece of data. I didn't have the number that I didn't want to quote, but I knew that there was an additional contribution that was pretty substantial from our taxpayers.
Yeah.
And that was part of it, but I didn't have those details.
And then if this is gonna be on again next year, Madam First Select Woman, could you find out if you are, what I'd really like to know and never got any information, I didn't get a lot of anything from them, but the town does a lot of services on their behalf. Anything from putting a wrap on a police car to using our DCW to put up, change all the street lights, which I think is great to bring awareness to the thing. But I would like to know what like the services cost that the town is already providing them. Because it would just be nice to know that if we're asking us for money.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not against the town providing the services.
Yeah.
I think it looks nice. I think it shows a lot of support for the community and hopefully for people to make private donations to them. But I think next year, if this is going to pop up again, it would be nice to know what our in-kind services to the organization are.
Well, based on the feedback, I'm not sure it will pop up.
Okay, okay.
And they
No
may or
problem,
may
no
not, they may or may not apply
problem.
again, but
Yeah.
I can still get that to you. just
Yes, not a
as
problem.
A
Yeah,
source
yeah,
of
yeah.
information.
Yeah, I
because
don't want
we'll
to spend a
still-
lot of your resources or the town's resources to figure that out, but it's a thought I had along the way, when I thought about the things we do.
And one of the other takeaways in our deliberations last night, but even previous to that is, we've got roughly 15 or 16 agencies on this list that we contribute to. As a normal item, I'm going to take 3 or 4 of these. I'm going to invite 3 or 4 of these agencies per quarterly meeting, and we'll get an update for them. So over the course of the year, we'll get everybody.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Greg.
Yep. Okay, so we'll take this item for a vote. All in favor of reducing line 02494 by $10,000? Unanimous. Okay, thank you. All right, the next item I've got is risk management 88. Anybody have anything before 88? Yeah, I put that out of order on our list. I apologize. That's page 107. We'll get to that next.
That's a risk management. Okay, I need to reduce count 55210. This is the property insurance by $6,067 from $971,628 to $965,551. This is just based on updates from France.
Second. Yeah. Thank you. Any discussion on this matter? Hearing any or seeing any? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you.
Yeah, I also moved to reduce account 55220 errors and omissions by $5,073 from $437,677 $432,604. Again, this is based on updates from finance.
Okay, Mr. Myers, thank you. Any discussion on this matter? All in favor? Okay, 0. Thank you. Yeah,
Another one, to reduce account 55240 liability insurance by $11,792 from $1,261,892 to $1,250,100.
okay, second, Bob, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Got them all, 9-0.
One more, this will be to increase the heart and hypertension line in account 58930. And the reason is because the feedback we got is that the internal service fund is projected to be in a deficit of that amount by the end of 2027. So this would be to fund that as so I move to increase account number 58930 heart and by $407,495. From 0.
So, can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion on this item?
Can I ask a question?
Please.
This is labeled as risk management. Risk management doesn't have this line item in it. It's still sitting in human resources because it was moved to internal service. So
But what page is it?
HR. Human resources at page 70. It's the second to last line, 58930.
All right, I'll make an amendment then.
Oh, right, my notes in the book are this was to be moved to risk management, but you're saying it hasn't moved yet.
Well, because it was moved to the internal service fund. It's not going to be in risk management. That's my understanding. I may be mistaken. I mean, if it's supposed to be moved to risk management, that can be, I think, done. I'd have to confer with the controller.
The reserve is an internal service fund. The expense has to go in the general fund, so it can stay
In the human
in human
resources.
resources or risk management, but there has to be an account in the general fund for the expense. So
Okay.
leave it in HR right now, and then we can transfer it later if it needs to be
To risk management. Okay,
I actually don't think that the amendment needs to change because I just referred to the account 58390.
Okay.
It's the same account.
yeah,
Yeah, 58930.
So
For human resources.
For human resources.
yeah.
I'll just change
3-0. That's being 70. And this is 3. Okay. Well, thank you, Ben, for that, introduction.
updated that.
All right, so, did we have a second on that? We did, right? Amy, you seconded, Mr.
Yes.
Walsh? Did you?
No, we're voting on this right
Oh, okay, ready to vote? All in favor? All right, I have approved 9-0. All right,
now. I'm not sure whether we blew by this already, but I had a change in the finance department themselves on 3010.
let's get there. What page is that, Jim?
Sure, it's page, it would be on page 85. Okay, yeah, it corrects everyone who actually paid sick. The budget's on 85, the expense budget's on 85.
Yeah.
But what I'm gonna talk about, and the change I'm gonna tell you about.
Yeah.
Has to do with personnel that's there, but it's not about changing personnel. But it's about changing the dollar amounts and around a little bit, because in reviewing this, I was kind of shocked to see, and maybe I should have raised it a little more when we were talking. But I will say my thinking on this has changed since I saw town has listed the controller's position as something we're seeking right now. So obviously the controller resigned. And seeing that the controller is making $150,000, but yet our senior independent auditor is making $155,000. and I don't know, maybe Mr. Elwanger, you can help us out, Mr. Ruggiero, you can help us out, and maybe Mr. Myers can help us out. Would that ever happen in an organization where a controller would make more than a senior auditor? Because
You mean the opposite?
I
Senior
mean, yeah,
auditor would
we
not
make-
make more than a controller. We did talk about
we
this
did
last
we
night,
did talk about it.
and we agree that that is definitely not something that would happen in this.
So can we change the number from for the controller to like 175 and reduce? I don't know why we need a senior independent auditor, because that position was only gained by Connie after 30 years of
We did talk
service.
about
We
this
did
last night.
drop the word junior.
Okay,
It's now just gonna be an internal auditor,
yeah.
which could mean that
Well, I don't know that we discussed that. I don't know that we really decided the title for the role. I think, we talked about maybe it's a junior position, maybe it's less experienced than Connie, but this is a position that, and I was in public accounting for 10 years, okay? So you can't get someone who's been out of public accounting 2 to 3 years to do this kind of job. It's somebody who, you need someone who's mature, you need someone who can think a little bit strategically. So you need someone with some level of experience. I do think, though, that when we did the budget, Connie was in that position and someone else was in the position. So it was based on the individual who was in that position
Yeah.
at that point in time.
Yeah.
We are now looking for a controller. I have had discussions with HR. I mean, that is a critical position, and we're gonna focus on getting the right person in the position and then reallocate funds to the internal auditor.
Okay, because I don't think you need somebody out of a big four accounting.
I didn't say that, no.
It's like, I was hired out of Boston College to work for Honeywell in a financial management training program where I did 6-month rotations throughout the finance area. And I would say at least 3 of them were auditing positions. I was doing auditing 2 months after my graduation day. So you could get somebody who's been in the corporate world, who's been doing auditing, trained by senior personnel in a private sector world, not having to get a CPA, who can do this job and not have to be paid as a senior independent auditor.
Yeah, and as I said, it may not be a senior auditor. We want to get the right controller and look at, we then will probably reassess the role for the internal auditor. But again, I don't see it as a junior position. We talked about last night, possibly it's, someone with 2 or 3 years experience. I don't think that is the kind of person that I want to put into that role.
And the other thing that we discussed last night was looking at the numbers on page 86, the controller's requested salary would be 150, senior auditor 155. The sum of those two is 305. And I think and correct me if I had a misinterpretation, but my takeaway from that discussion last night was that the money within these positions is somewhat fungible. So if there's a qualified controller that's hired in your example was what, 170, 175, something like that. So it's 20 to 25,000 more than the senior auditor could be hired at a auditor level at a lesser amount, but stay within the 305 as budgeted for those 2 positions. If you think that the 305 is insufficient, we can talk about increasing it, or if you think that that's too much, we can talk about decreasing it. But I think that the point that I'm trying to make is, I don't think we need to make a budget amendment vote to add to and subtract from the finance department on the same line. It's a net zero.
Well, I will say this budget becomes public. And when people are looking up jobs for the town of Fairfield and want to see what their role would be and what the department looks like, they'd be smart. They'd be but they would be smart to look at our budget, be able to see the makeup of our finance department, see whether I potentially might work there.
Yeah.
And what it basically says is that, I'm gonna make $150,000 as a controller. What it says is if I'm an auditor, I'm gonna make $155,000. That's what this public document is going to read.
Yep.
And I don't think that's proper.
Well, we're not voting on amending the published book. And if we make an amendment or make an adjustment to the payroll line, it's an in and an out. Unless you feel like
It would
some of the
be two,
two
it'd be
parts-
two, it'd be two motions. It would be reducing one.
Yeah.
Reducing the line.
Line item authority on each position. It's a salary line.
We're just
This
adjusting
is
the-
No line
this
that
is- this is-
represents.
I understand your point.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can the administration just fix this if you?
Like what account are you making the motion on? Is it- Because we only have regular payroll.
Yeah, that's the point, is that
they're
there's only
offset.
one line.
It's
That's
one
why I
line.
think we got comfortable
Yeah.
last night.
This is
And his
guidance.
concern is that this book, but this book
Yeah,
is already
support.
public. So there's nothing that we can do about it. This has already gone out to the public on this.
We don't have, my point is, it's not a budget vote item.
Yeah, so exactly.
As long as
We
you're
got there
comfortable
last
at
night.
305, if you
But-
want to
Well,
suggest
if we
a
were
different
increasing it,
number.
you could make an emotion though. If you're increasing the
But
payroll.
this is already a
Well,
public
we-
piece of
we-
information. There's nothing to it. It looks, it looks deceiving. It's not gonna be what results in actuality, but I
So
don't
if I
think it's
made
a
a
budget
motion
change.
to add $20,000 on.
Controller?
I'm saying it was specifically in regards to controller. And then I made a separate motion. When our final budget book comes out, and there is a final budget book that this board gets and is available online, budget for this year.
Yeah.
What is it gonna say?
It's gonna say.
Will that final budget book have this page in it?
308,255.
Yeah, but will it have this page?
It's not gonna be updated. We don't upgrade.
This is just back
This
up
is
to how
back,
they
this
build
is
the
back
budget.
up of how,
Totally understand that. So the revised budget that we're gonna get, it doesn't have this page. It just has this page.
Well, I don't know if they deleted, I can't recall if they delete these other pages. You know, I
Does the
think they
town not
just-
We
publish
don't-
salary ranges though when we're putting up?
yes.
So why wouldn't that, I mean, that's what I would look at. I wouldn't look at the budget. I would look at the published
Well,
job
the
list.
personnel summary in the published is in the final budget, yes or no? And do you know, you're the.
I'm looking at it right now. I
If it
don't-
is published in the final budget, I agree with them. If it's not,
We don't
we
do
don't-
an adjust, we do the requested. I don't think that we, I
We
mean, for
wouldn't-
this
we wouldn't-
page, we wouldn't update that because you're voting on the line item.
Yeah.
This is the backup to give you the,
but if there is a final published
that
budget that
particular-
does have that breakout, it does look.
It does, it does.
There-
Specific.
There's a
Personnel
final-
summary is included in the final budget book.
Then you have to fix it.
We have to fix it. I thought at the end of the process, our Board of Finance got another book, which is the final budget after the RTM
Yeah,
is done. And this way I throw this one away.
I keep mine because it's got notes.
I keep mine too.
Yep.
I'm a nerd.
But so how do we move for this? Because we're only like, if the dollar amount is not changing, just practically you make the motion.
I'll make a motion. I'm gonna increase the controller's salary through the regular payroll. 51010 from $155,000 to add.
Controller's 150.
I'm sorry, to controller's position to add $25,000 to the full-time salary line. Right?
I guess, well, hold on, before we continue the conversation, can we get a second on that?
I second it.
All right, Amy, thank you. Feel free.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I look at the stuff, I don't know, I wouldn't say it's $170,000 job.
Maybe
I also will look at this in the context of other department heads, and I don't know that this is a job that I would say should be paid more than some other department. So that's something that I think about. So I don't know that I would, I don't know that I would publish this as $170,000 salary.
Well, Tom, I hear your position, but I also I didn't think the same thing about the new head of DPW, that it should go to $200,000. But it did. It went from $147,000 to $200,000
Well, I'm giving my opinion.
outside the budget.
I'm stating my position on a position in my department.
I just would say that we, as a board, took the salary for the risk manager up. And we did that for a reason. You guys had about $60,000. You were like treating it like a part-time position, like you were gonna go hire some consultant. And we emphatically said, no, you need to go get a qualified person who does this for a living, and pay them a good salary, right?
That's how we got.
I don't disagree.
And then that was us increasing.
Yeah, but I think.
Because we were telling you what we thought this town needed to protect
Look at how
from.
how that's worked out.
But I also think there was full agreement by Mr. Gerber and David when you presented that argument. I don't think there was any pushback. I think, I'm looking at this differently than you do. I mean, I certainly think we need the right person, but I think that we need to look at this in the context of what other departments are paid, and I have an opinion about what I think the job is worth relative to other positions in the office.
And I think this is, I
So
mean,
what the job is worth, Tom, or are you looking at what other towns are paying an extremely qualified person in a AAA community that is about our size with a $400 million total budget? I mean, I want an extremely qualified person,
So do I.
okay?
Yeah, so do I.
Okay?
But if we hired the last person and that was the comp they were in, which I assume is compatible, they didn't last.
listen,
It didn't work.
Really, and when we're talking about, I'm really uncomfortable when we start talking about
Okay.
staff like this.
So-
I think it's really,
Yeah, so I did want to let the conversation go
It gets
out. We had a
too
motion on the table. We got a second. We had a discussion. My feeling is that this is this would be a neutral net zero adjustment to the same line item. I think it sets a really bad precedent for this board to start voting on changes to individual salaries. Well, individual plus or minus within the same line item. So I think I can't support this. I would support asking the finance department to make an effort to make an adjustment to the backup that goes in this.
Yes,
If we want to make a non-budgetary request
sense of the
to
body.
just adjust these, if we all sense of the body agree that we can change these line items for the backup, fine. But I also think that it's also not binding because the department head has discretion on this number. So, yeah.
I would make a recommendation. Perhaps because I think that I've done significant hiring, Jim's CFO, Bob Bennett, Ed Shaken. Can we just put something that this is clearly an outlier where your internal auditor makes more than your controller? So perhaps there's just taking that number and just putting 125 and throwing a little bit down to the bottom and just say, to be determined. Something.
we have a new HR
We- yeah, we
director,
should work
and that
with HR,
we've
yeah.
done a classification study that she's still taking a deep dive on.
And that's the justification for TBD. Waiting on,
Well,
convert on.
And you're voting on the salary line item, so
I
I.
get that, but this is published and it's a misnomer. It's weird.
I
It doesn't
don't,
look right.
I don't,
But there are lots of things in this book. This is all as it's presented or requested. We make all these changes, and this is a backup, supporting change. It's not a budget item.
Then I think we just. And if everyone asks, we'll just say that it was discussed.
But we do have a motion on the
Can
floor.
I just make sure that is your motion is to increase the payroll line by $20,000, which would be for the controller, right? As it looks up there, that's the dollars that we're
But
increasing.
that his next motion was gonna be to reduce the senior
Well,
internal auditor by 25.
well, and I would say
And
this.
leave it flat,
Yeah. I would say this, since it is the
Right.
same,
leave it flat.
look, I think this is a good compromise. Listen, hear me out on this one. If we make it an amendment to this, motion so that it's, plus 25 for one position, controller minus 25 for another, but it's net zero on the line. So that we're not doing it in two motions, we're doing it in one.
But that's what he was proposing.
Well, I think we were gonna do it in two motions.
Yeah.
So you have to amend it, but
Whether it's one or two.
I don't think they're not approving it.
I question whether or not you
I
have.
think it's bad precedent.
I think, I'm not really sure it's in your purview to be making these kind of,
I don't think it is either.
I mean, this is the
Well,
decision of the
couldn't we
administration
vote
when it
to-
comes to hiring and what the department head
We
needs.
could vote to eliminate a position. We could vote to add.
You vote to eliminate a number, not a position.
Right, well, but I'm saying like we can make, you
But we
can-
made a motion to
we
bring
make
up the risk
motions on
manager. That doesn't
payroll,
make any
benefits, all that
logical
stuff. Like,
sense.
we-
I
We
disagree.
did last year.
And they worked out phenomenally. I don't think so.
Lots of conversations
I mean,
on
arguably.
the COO.
Raised more.
All right, well, this is clear as mud.
So I just want to say like, so we just for example, when we were talking about the COO position, this is exactly what we were doing. We had the payroll part, we had the benefits broken out, so that's what we're gonna do. Here, I don't really know why we're doing it, because we're not changing the actual dollar amount in the budget. And I think that clearly, like, everybody has an opinion about the way you should staff it, but ultimately it's your decision. But unless we're gonna change the number, what's the
Yeah.
point?
I go back to what you offered.
Yeah.
You offered to do one motion where we're breaking it out into two different lines. And it's clear why we're doing it this way. It's a net zero change to the payroll line. But we're making a point.
Right.
And
That's all we're
Okay,
making.
that's it.
all
But
right.
it's not binding.
It's not.
That's all right.
That's
But
it.
can we?
I mean,
can
in
we-
terms of it's not binding. I mean, you're basically, you're voting.
My motion, I'm withdrawing it.
Okay.
I'm withdrawing it and I'm making a new motion. And this is my motion.
Okay.
My motion is I'm making a motion to reduce the full-time salary line on the senior internal auditor by $25,000. And that's gonna be my sole motion.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right. Okay. All right, so the motion on the previous motion was withdrawn, so no vote taken. The motion now on the table is to reduce the finance department 3010 regular payroll account number 51010 by $25,000
Specifically in the senior internal auditor line.
related to this internal auditor. Specific to the internal auditor. Okay. Any discussion on this item?
Second.
The second was Jim Myers.
I would just say that I used this example yesterday. This is no different. Okay, I take Connie as a very tenured, retired teacher. They would not replace that person at that same, that they would bring in a younger teacher.
And my hope is that if they bring in someone who's not senior, and not junior, and the pay comes out a little less,
Qualified
that they would redeploy
young
that money
teacher.
for more seasoned controller.
Right.
But I believe. the
And just
CFO
one
has
further
it.
thing on this, but having done this my entire career.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, somebody goes into a firm.
Yeah.
2 years to do audit, gets their CPA, they
Yeah.
move on
Yeah.
to FP&A roles, controllership roles,
Yeah.
different roles in a finance organization. Somebody coming out with a 2-year degree as an auditor, that's a great job for that person.
Mhm.
I completely disagree with you. I have hired top talent that have come out of the Big Four, and you can get somebody out of the Big Four, even though you say you don't need that person, for less than the money you're even asking for, but taking that down 25,000. And that's a fully vetted high caliber person, 100%.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna support this motion only because while I wholeheartedly agree with everything that was just said about hiring a quality person for less than the 155 as stipulated in the backup. I do think that if we cut 25,000 out of this department, it further restricts the department from hiring a qualified controller at a higher level or some other position where they need a little flexibility. Yeah, Mr. Walsh.
I want to say to that, Mr. Curley, is that it certainly does not. Because we had a budget for this current fiscal year that we're currently in. And we put $147,000 in there. And then we hired a DPW director at $200,000. Nothing came to our board, nor did it happen. They just do that with churn and other things. That's the reality.
Well,
So, and that's the reality of what will happen here is if they find somebody for hire. They won't ask our permission. They won't say, oh, we know you set a budget for $150,000 for the controller. They will just do it. I just saw it done.
well, I respectfully disagree with that, Mr. Walsh, because I think department heads and the administration has discretion with respect to bottom line, right? If we cut $25,000 from this budget, there's no ability to move money from another account or another position to cover that. And I personally feel like I agree with you that the associate, the auditor at 155 is high. I also agree that a quality controller is important and likely 150 is too low. So for me, I feel like keeping it the bottom line the same? Is the
This is
best?
just, all due respect to everyone, it's just like biggest waste of freaking time. I just, why can't you simply reduce the senior, keep the money the way it is, reduce the senior auditor position in this book to 130 and then boost up the controller and leave it at that? What are we doing?
That's what we
here?
said a
That's
half
what
an
we
hour
wanna
ago.
do.
Just,
Yeah.
just.
You said a half an hour ago.
How long
It
was
was
it?
very
day
clear
ago.
that Tom doesn't want to hire someone for more than $150,000. So
But
why
we
are
don't
we
need to
giving him
vote
money?
on that.
It's
They
not a
can just
voting
do it in the book.
Okay,
Yeah.
Do it in
yes,
the
so
book.
take the
But we got past that.
25,000 down.
Sense of the bottom.
But we got.
Tom doesn't want to hire a controller.
No, we got past that. The motion on the table
Here,
right now is a
is that clear?
reduction to the department by $25,000.
So we'll just move past it. Take it down $25,000 because that's where we landed there. We said that a half an hour ago.
So
What's the motion? I'm sorry, Craig.
the motion is to reduce.
$25,000 out of the
payroll by
senior internal
25,000.
audit compensation.
Mhm.
That's the motion.
Yep.
So let's just take it to a vote.
Let's just vote. Let's just vote.
Yeah,
Come on.
let's, all in favor of reducing the finance department by $25,000 on the payroll line? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Against? 2 to 7, or 7 to 2, it passes. Okay. Anything else in the finance department?
No.
Okay, thank you. The next thing that I had in the notes from last night's deliberation. Yeah,
Oh, no, that's Board of Finance.
yeah,
Sorry.
page 107, which is our board, which is our department.
We're in police now.
Yeah, well, I was gonna go back to page 107, just trying to keep it in sequential order. I had that out of order on our list and had notes. My apologies. So my motion will be to reduce fees and professional services for Department 3130, Board of Finance, account number 53200 by $15,000. Meyer second. Okay, any discussion on this matter? All in favor? All right, unanimous, back on track.
Yeah, police, huh?
Yeah, and we'll go to police. Does anyone have anything prior to, before we get to the police? Okay.
Fire before police?
Fire is before police. Do you have anything on fire?
Yeah.
Okay. So fire is page. Let's see, 113, yes, thank you.
Reduction on line 54310, maintenance and repair equipment. From 90,000 to 80,000 for a reduction of $10,000.
54310 maintenance reduction of $10,000 on the maintenance line. Well, 4010. Can I get a second on that?
I will second that.
Thank you. Okay, any discussion on this?
We've got tracking of the current expenses to where they are. I actually wanted to do $35,000, but I understand some new information came out last night. So I'm getting sick of these departments. During our audit, we found out that there was plenty of money for Mr. Becker to buy cars for the department. That's going to be coming up under automotive, to be able to buy them without any problem whatsoever. So when I start tracking what the actuals are, to whatever, I'm making a motion for $10,000.
Okay. Any discussion on this matter?
I think that we tried last night. I did give Jim the update, but I think that in lieu of where they are and what we heard and new items, and that's not relevant, but I think that that definitely keeps them to where they've been, and it's a little bit of give back too. So I think it goes a long way.
I'll call for the vote. All in favor of reducing maintenance for the fire department, account number 54310 by $10,000. Okay, 9-0. Great, thank you. Okay, anything else in the fire department? Well,
Line 54330, maintenance and repair of automotive. I'm making another motion to reduce it by $10,000. I know, I think some information came on there that they have some larger invoices. I don't know why you'd possibly hold on to those invoices. Keep them. I thought we learned lessons for why not to hold invoices, but I know it seems to be tracking higher, but they had no problem once again with the purchase of new vehicles for their department. So I'm going to make a de minimis change down by $10,000.
What line is that? I'm sorry, Jim.
It is line 54330.
okay.
Second that.
Mr. Myers, thank you for the second. Any questions or comments on this line item? Hearing or seeing any?
I do, sorry,
yeah,
I
Mr.
do
Rock.
think that they did have some fairly significant invoices that they were all, just like you said. But I just don't know where that shakes out in the numbers. And I don't think 10 is a big number, Jim, so I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna have a much bigger one until my colleagues advised me of your conversations last night and where the new numbers based on what they were holding are. I mean, it'd be nice if people tried to get their invoices in before we got to this point, but regardless, I'm trying to send a little bit of a message that I think there's been fat in this line before and it's been used. Mr. Becker unfortunately exposed that. And I think $10,000 de minimis change and they can make that work.
Okay. Any further discussion on this line item? Okay, all in favor of reducing the maintenance account number 54330 by an additional $10,000? All in favor? Okay, now 0. All right, anything else on fire? No, thank you. That takes us to the police department. I'll start with a couple of town recommended ones. So on page 117, account number 4030, police department, on account number 51110, which is the pay differential line item, the town has suggested an increase in expense of 14,200. So I propose that we increase that line item by 14,200 to accept the recommendations from the administration and finance department. Oh, second. Thank you, Tim. Any discussion on this matter? Not seeing any. All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. And then next line item was also a recommendation from the administration and finance department. Line item 57000, which is capital outlay. It was an increase of $349,000 related to the differential in cost for the vehicles being purchased. And I'll just remind everybody that this is an offset to the revenue that we accepted on the previous earlier tonight. So this is net neutral to the budget. So Jim, did you second that one too?
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion on this item? All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Thank you. Okay, that takes us to, does anyone have anything before emergency management? 132. Okay. So this one, I'm gonna actually ask for some assistance from our budget director, Ben. Because the purpose in Department 4110, this is the emergency management, the bottom line number transfers out in, this is meant to be the town's portion of related to the FCRD. And we're gonna make some adjustments to the FCRD. That were some corrections that were recommended by the administration as well. But this line item is meant to be the offset. I believe the sum of the adjustments that we'll get to later is about 55,000. But, Ben, you mentioned earlier that there was a different number that we needed to account for in here. So I was
Yes.
hoping you could walk this, group through that.
Certainly. Excuse me. Um, in the original budget book for the emergency management, line 58,950 was 2,147,734. That number was adjusted by the Board of Select Persons by 368,471, which got to a new adjusted ECC budget of 2,516,205. That number was subsequently adjusted by 108,000, or excuse me, it needs to be adjusted by $108,953, getting to the final transfer from ECC to the FCRD of $2,625,158. That additional adjustment, 108,953, is broken down into three components. Fairfield's share of the $55,077 that Mr. Curley just mentioned, additional changes to the FCRD. $69,909, which is the difference between the original FCRD ECC number of 2,147,734 and what was in the FCRD's budget line of 2,217,643. Plus an additional 2,142 for an interim adjustment that was not previously captured.
Okay. So. Second, let's see, go back to the right place. Okay, so that means the adjustment that we require that this board needs to make to this department is how much?
108,953.
108,953. Okay. Is everyone comfortable with that walk of the adjustments? Okay.
This is all what was discussed last night. There's
Yeah.
no changes,
It's a
no.
net zero to the bottom line for the town, but it's the offset for the FCRD changes. So the motion on the table is to adjust this line item in Emergency Management Department 4110 on line 58950 by an increase of $108,953. And is to reflect the offset to the FCRD budget.
I'll make a motion.
All right, so, well, I made the motion. Do you want to second it?
Second it, yeah.
All right.
When
And
you say the adjustment going the other direction, is that coming up further that's further down in the book?
this is
Or is it
the,
all on this page?
no, this is, it's actually on the FCRD page. If we want to quickly just tap, change, you want to
So it's
click on
back
the
in the back.
FCRD tab. This, you can see here,
Yeah.
there's,
It's there.
if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see.
I get it. It's just total wash.
Yeah, yes.
I'm totally fine.
Oh, okay.
There it is.
Yeah.
It's right there.
All right, so, all in favor of this adjustment? Okay, 8-0, because Mr. Wall has left the room, so we'll go 801 on this one. Okay. And now that takes us to, do we have anything on, DPW? I think we do. Okay. So this is the DPW is on page 135. So there are a couple of things we need to talk about here. Obviously, the GIS position, I want to wait till.
Yeah,
Jim
wait
gets
for
back.
him on that.
In fact, do we want to take a 3-minute break, refill our water glasses, go to the bathroom, and then come back for this? All right, we're taking a 3-minute break. We're just going to go down the hall and then come back. emergency management offset to the FCRD. The next item on from our notes from our deliberation is from page 135, which is Department of Public Works Administration. Does anyone have any adjustments prior to that? I want to skip over it. All right, so as we can see from the screen, from our notes, what we're talking about over the next 6 line items is the GIS position. So before taking any motions, I want to have a discussion about it, just so we make the vote a little bit more efficient. Obviously, the retirement contribution and health insurance and social security, they all go hand in hand with whether their position gets approved or not. But here's the nuance of this change. This item, this position was actually budgeted in operations. So, and it was, the request was to move it to the Public Works Administration. So no matter what we do, big picture, we have to delete it from the operations department. So I suspect that the line items, the fourth and the third and fourth line items there, or third line item really, that's gonna happen, right? We have to move that. If the position's eliminated, the retirement contribution and the health insurance, which falls in a different department, will be deleted. But if we vote to keep the position, then there will be no adjustment on the retirement or health insurance on the other department. So lines 3 and 4 are definite. Lines 1 and 2 are really where the discussion has to be had. And lines 5 and 6 are gonna be a function of whether the position stays or goes.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna start it by making a motion to on page 135 on Department 5011, which is Public Works Administration. In the regular payroll line 51010, which is the first line that we're talking about here. There's actually a typo there, Shane. I don't know if you want to fix it in cell B41. Should be 50101. 50, that's it. Thank you. I'm sorry, that's Department 511. That was right. I 5011. Okay. So my motion is to move or to increase the regular payroll line by $100,000 for this GIS position. Second. All right. Bob seconds that.
So this is the discussion piece.
So now we get to a discussion.
We gotta vote on it. We gotta move.
Well,
move this
well,
up.
effectively.
Be the following one.
Oh, we don't have to move it if we.
Yeah,
get
if we
rid
don't
of
move it, if
Okay.
we don't approve it, if we
All right.
if we approve it, then we move it.
All right.
So this is the discussion on the GIS
All right.
position. So I'll open it up to the floor.
So I know we spent a lot of time talking about this last night.
Yep.
And this was definitely a stickier one that we discussed.
Yeah.
And I have certainly shared the sentiments of everything that kind of the flavor that we talked about.
Yep.
With Jim
Yep.
Walsh.
Yep.
And I thought that there were some compelling arguments and I understood them. The one thing that I'm speaking with, when we talk about adding another position, taking on the head. I mean, I think that if there was attrition or something, there's a lot of bodies in this public works budget.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't know if there's somebody today that exists that has the capability to do this, or if there's attrition to not add a full head at this point in time, but to meet the needs in a different way. To not necessarily defer it, but try to find the money in the existing budget.
Okay. Any other discussion or comment, Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, I'm against the position, not because I don't think we need it, actually, but you know, no one's been able to show me where we can cut a position. I'm not adding, I am not voting on a budget. I'm being very clear, where we are adding to headcount, where we're adding FTE onto a budget. Given the administration time to be able to find a position, I've been very clear about my position. I am not adding on a position. If it is so important that this person is necessary, with all the millions and millions of dollars we get for these super efficient, all this efficiency in software that we give, we never cut a position. And, find the efficiency where we can get rid of somebody, make it up. I don't care how you find it, but I am this specific year for the taxpayers to be being billed for a new position when people's taxes are going up 30+%, 25%. People are gonna freak when they get their tax bills this year. I mean, there's just people that are not paying attention to this entire thing. And to be able to add a position on, once again, I've said it before, it's tone deaf. And I will not vote for this position. I want it cut. And I want, and I won't vote for it if it's passed. So I won't vote for this budget if it's passed. So whatever, it is what it is. I'm not gonna belabor it. Spend a lot of time on it, but it is what it is.
Okay, Mr. Myers.
I would just echo what Amy said. I mean, I definitely came away from yesterday's discussion totally different on this position. I think her solution is very creative. I support that. I do think we're gonna arrive at today without having talked to the department head. But I wish that would have been the solution that was brought to us. And, I think for all the reasons we had last night, I think it's a worthy position. But I do agree that we could have probably found it by cutting something else.
Okay. Anyone
Just say
else?
one
Yeah,
thing.
Mr. Matola.
Yesterday I was kind of leaning towards what you guys are saying and thought about it some more after yesterday's meeting and actually had a conversation with Mr. Curley today. And it's a tough call, but I mean, looking at it again, I think it's something that I know everyone's saying it's a tough budget here, but I think it's a very important position given what we have going on right now. We have development issues, efforts with TB and Z, WPCU projects, towns capital projects. It's something that's gonna help those endeavors. So I've changed my mind. I'm gonna support this position tonight. I just wanted to explain that because yesterday I was really leaning towards not supporting it this year and just waiting an extra year I think it's a position that we're gonna have anyway. I think it's necessary. I think you guys agree that it's an important position. I really do appreciate, Jim, what you're saying too, Jim Walsh, but I think it's something that's gonna be more beneficial to the town. So that's why I'm gonna support it.
Any other comments, Mr. Penley?
I also went into last night, sort of, agreeing with John, thinking that it was a position that I would want to see cut. But after the discussion and also offline afterwards, I do think it is an important position, a worthy position. There's a lot of department heads who want it. Also in the context of where we're going, the direction we're going with this budget, we're bringing down the expense increase substantially. And to the point that we're really underspending the broader economy. And I think that is about as much as you could ask this board to do. So, if we hadn't found any other savings, this might be a different discussion, but given that everybody here seems to think it's a worthy position, I think it's one we should support. And like I said, with the COO position, to the extent that it's something we need to budget, I'm not into it all. Just like, okay, well, we'll just not do it this year, but we'll do it next year. So I'm in favor of it.
Anyone else? Yeah, Mr. Walsh.
I will just say that, under Gerber's administration now continuing, the FTEs are really starting to grow. They're not going this down. They are not staying the same. They are going up and they continue to go up, and it should be a grave concern to this town. This year should be a year of, not wants, not what the department heads want. It should be basic needs. And I don't see it as a need, and I definitely.
Any other comments? All right, before we take a vote, I feel compelled to provide my comments. I thought we had a healthy discussion on the point last night, and we had a healthy discussion throughout our deliberations through the month of March. I really felt going into last night's discussion that this was an important position that would provide a benefit to the town. We heard it from 5 or 6 different departments. And then last night, we had a really healthy discussion and debate, and I also was kind of leaning towards, all right, maybe this is the type of thing that this is the year to really tighten the belt. I've been kind of beating that drum myself for a long time. But I also did some other homework and spoke to a number of people to try and better understand how these benefits would come about and how the town would benefit from it. And I actually had a conversation with a representative of Vahey, who was on the task force that put together the GIS board for the state of Connecticut. Just to understand, like, what, like, this is a tool, right? And but how is it really used and how can it really benefit us? And the comment that stuck out to me was that this is an economic development tool. Yes, it's going to help TP&Z, it's going to help engineering and DPW and fire and police and a lot of the departments, but moreover, Ms. Walsh, you had mentioned when we had Ms. Barnard in talking about the efforts to rezone the area on the post road from Mill Plain to Westport. And we heard from TP&Z that that is an ongoing effort that they're trying to do. We've heard throughout this whole session how important it is to revitalize our commercial development and grow the grand list on the commercial side. This is a tool that will help accelerate our efforts to do that. And I think this, kind of like we talked about with the risk management position, I think this position will pay for itself multifold. And I just think waiting a year is just in a time when we've got all of this development that's been coming at us. We've been trying to drink from a fire hose with these 830Gs and everything else. We know that TP&Z is making an active effort to rezone. We have this tool at our disposal, and to not take full advantage of it, I just think would set the town back. So after those discussions, I feel stronger than ever that this is important, that I will support and hope this board will as well. So. All right, so with that, if there's no further discussion, the motion on the table is to move the 100,000, well, increase the regular payroll line in Public Works Admin 5011, line item 51010 by $100,000. So all in favor for that adjustment? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Against? 2. Okay, so 7-2, that passes.
Okay.
So with that,
And I think
I hope.
Based on that change, Mr. Hurley, I need to go back to the assessor's office who said he was gonna pay for some of this.
We did though.
What did he pay for?
We took 10,000 out of the budget during the department review.
Oh, it was during the department review?
Yes,
Yeah, we did.
So when was that change made?
it was
Before-
before the.
Oh, so the money's out already?
Yes.
Yeah, we took it out.
I thought, I misunderstood him. I thought he said that if
No, it's
we
out.
had this, he'd be able, willing to give up 10,000.
No, we said it would
We
have to
took
go
it
back
out.
in if you
Okay,
can do this.
all right, thank you.
So, with that adjustment, now there obviously needs to be the social security that goes along with that. So I'll make a motion to increase social security contribution account number 52200 in Public Works Admin Department 5011 by $7,650. And that's the number that our budget director gave me that would correspond to the $100,000 salary. Can I get a second on that motion, Mr. Penley? Any discussion on this item? All in favor? 7, opposed, 2. Okay, understood. I get it. It's okay.
Mr. Gurley, so on the sheet that's up there in the public, so these numbers all sort of net out to no changes, right?
Yes, yeah, so then, that was the social security, and now with that moved, we, don't need to adjust the benefits, we don't need to adjust the, retirement contribution, but we do need to take out this $100,000 and the 765 social security from public works operation. So,
Make the motion.
John, you want to
I
do
make
that?
that motion to do that.
Okay. Bob seconds. So this is to remove the $100,000 from public works operations, regular payroll by $100,000. All in favor? None. Okay, thank you. And then corresponding with that, the social security would 52200 would have to come down by 7650.
Make that motion.
Okay, thank you, John. Bob, can I count on you for the second as well? All in favor? Okay, all right. All right, so,
Carla, can I ask, for you, to the first select woman, at the end of our budget process, can we get a list of the full-time, the full FTEs that this budget will be and what it's been for the last 4 years before this?
As of
So,
what
for-
date?
yep,
so for fiscal year 23,
So we ended the fiscal year.
yeah. Well, what was budgeted? What was the budget and then actual for the fiscal years? Budgeted and actual for 23 on.
oh, you're running out of battery?
I'm all right.
Okay. All right, so were we looking at something or we're just gonna
Move on.
That's a follow-up, right?
It's a follow-up.
Yeah, okay, all right, so thanks. So, I think we also, in my notes, had some additional adjustments for public works operations. So, Bob, did you want to take us through those?
Page 139, line item contracted property services, number 54010. Amount of decrease of 20,000, reducing the funding related to redundant porta potties.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Any discussion on this item? No, all right, all in favor? 9-0, thank you.
Second item, same department, Public Works Operations, capital outlay 57,000, reduction of 56,500, removing a truck from the FY27 operating budget.
I second that.
All right, thank you, Amy. Okay, any discussion on this item? Good, all in favor? Back to 9-0, thank you. And now I'm gonna make one more on the public works operations side. And this is a bit of a flyer, but for capital asphalt paving, account 57002, we talked about this a little bit last night, but the administration cut the annual budget from 2 million by 150,000 to 1.850. And I believe that was a good faith effort to try and just kind of tighten the belt a little bit. But what we discussed a little bit last night, Mr. Walsh, and for anyone who didn't follow along last night, that was that $2 million was really an effort to get the town back. We had fallen behind a little bit on paving. I thought that we could afford this, since we also increased the police, camera enforcement, substantially. But, but I'm not wed to it. So if you guys feel strongly like we can keep this out, that's fine. But I do want to throw it out there. So my motion is to increase capital asphalt paving account 57002 by 150,000.
Second.
All right, thank you, Shane. Any comments or discussion? Yeah, Amy?
Yeah, I think I represented my feelings on this
Yeah.
last night, but I definitely don't support this. The reason being is that I think that I'd like to stay with what the actual has been in 2024 and 25.
Yep.
I think that we're actually adding almost 100 grand there than we've spent. I think also I noticed, I was reading the most recent letter that went out, I read them when you send them, and there was a very articulate plan on what's going to be paved and working in the numbers we've talked about, as John said. So I do not want to increase this right now at all. And the fact is that we also, I think we're told, although I think that was an open question, that, you know, as we get this revenue, we don't need to spend it in a given year. So I don't want to budget for something that we don't need to spend this year.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, the only thing I would say is I don't know how far in advance we buy asphalt, but is there a fuel, I mean, is there an oil impact cost on asphalt? I would say there is.
suspect there is,
And
yeah.
are we not at risk that the cost of the materials could go up 10-20%? I don't know what the number could be, but I'm kind of wishing I had asked that question when we had the department head here, but that would be the only thing, the only reason why I would do it, not necessarily the volume, but more of the the cost.
And I, yeah, I just don't want the town to fall behind again on this line. And maybe if our revenues on the police cameras exceed budget, then we can make an adjustment real time. But yeah, Mr. Walsh.
I was gonna say the same thing. I mean, if we find out that we're significantly exceeding the number on the automatic camera speeding numbers, they can come back to us and make a request for it if they think they can get the work done and we can move the money over there.
We would use it for that, I
Yeah.
think.
You know, if they have the ability to do it before the end of the year of 27, come to us and make the motion.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I'm not wed to this one. I wanted to give this body a chance to discuss it. I respect the points that have been made. So I will withdraw the motion of the no vote.
I appreciate that. I'm just trying to go down, not up.
Yep. Yeah, no, and I'm sensitive to that too. So, okay. So with that, I will withdraw that motion. So that's the WD. All right, so I believe that takes us to, in my notes, next is solid waste and recycling. Did anyone have anything before that? We had the building department, we had engineering, we had capital projects, we had the health department. Oh, I guess the health department's coming up next, yeah, so let's go to the health department, yeah.
Three items here. First is regular payroll, line item 51010, a reduction in the amount of $334,662, accepting changes recommended by the administration and finance.
I second that.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on this matter? All right, all in favor? 9, perfect, thank you.
Second item is related, it has to do with social security contribution, same Department of Health, line item 52200. Decline in the amount of $25,602, accepting the changes recommended by the administration and finance department.
Okay. Amy, thank you. Second, any discussion on this one? All in favor? Okay.
Third item related to the health department has to do with education and memberships, line item 5800 minus $10,000 reduction, lowering expenses to be in line with current trends.
Great, thank you.
And you have a question on this?
Yes.
I thought that there was some kind of required continuing ed for the nurses this year.
We
We
had that,
covered that last
we did
last
have
night.
that discussion,
Is
but
it good? Okay.
The part that was okay.
It was okay with it.
the department head was okay with it.
Budgeted for is kind of like,
Worst
if
case
every,
scenario.
if everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of the max, so.
Okay. So, all in favor on this one? All right, 9-0. All right, do you want to go on to, solid waste and recycling? Yeah.
So I'm gonna say a preface for this, because I don't want this to be taken the wrong way. The composting bins, I'm gonna make a motion to reduce the composting bins. It's not because I don't support the composting bins. I think it is a valuable, a worthy expenditure, but, you know, they requested money basically to buy and haul 4. I'm saying let's reduce it in half, let them run their pilot program at a smaller degree. So with that, I'm gonna make a motion, to, it's line, I lost my place. 53215, it's fees and professional services, so I would move to reduce that line by $15,000 from 30,000 to 15,000.
Okay. Can I get a second? All right, John, thank you. Mr. Wall.
I'm gonna make a motion to amend that motion. So
Okay.
it'd be the full $30,000 reduction. I think this is once again the year to do this. People, we have facilities to do this, down at the water, down at the waste center to do this. People have to drive there. And I'm afraid of where this is really all gonna go. As this pilot program, actually, we know we have 15 or 20 of these things all over town because everyone wants it at the bottom of the corner of their street. So I just want to end this year. Let's rethink about it, whether there's a way to drop it off at schools where we're already doing collections of this or something else. I just think it needs to be rethought and pushed off for a year.
I'd like to second that.
I'll just say something about the schools, because I did speak to one of the people with Sustainable Fairfields, or the green team he does the stuff at the schools, because Jim brought up a good point. Why can't we coordinate with them? So they're different bins. The bins that they're asking for are automatically locking. They tell you when they're full. They automatically tell the hauler when they're full, so they pick them up. The school is not like that. A and B, if you start putting more stuff at the schools, it's basically pushing the work onto the janitors, because they're the ones who have to deal with it. And that doesn't even get into the issue of, we don't want other people coming to the schools. We want just like the kids and the parents at the schools. So the reason I'm in favor of this, I get it, that this can seem kind of like a whimsical, quixotic thing. But to me, always the most interesting part of the budget is when we hear about the waste program and this, we're hauling all this waste and we're burning it at this sort of apocalyptic facility in Bridgeport, and we're taking toxic sludge and we're putting it everywhere. I just want to see like a little bit of dollars towards some more sustainable way to manage our waste, because simultaneously we're bringing a bunch of more people into town. And this is ultimately the direction we have to go. So, to me, it's you know, it's like it's splitting the baby, but that's why I'm in favor of it. I totally get your perspective. This is more of something I'm sort of more passionate about, I guess.
I support the amendment because I think the department head is likely to find money in the current budget to fund 2 of these this year. You can take a wait and see attitude for the next year and then go from there. So I am also supportive of the idea. I think, and I didn't get a strong indication from the department head last night that he couldn't find 15,000 to fund this in the current budget. I could be mistaken.
I thought there was gonna be some follow-up when we talked.
Right.
Did you hear from
He's gonna
him?
Get back to this.
No, he said he could do it. So
So if he said he could do it,
Okay.
then why don't we do it?
Yeah.
Because I do think the idea, we spent a lot of time talking about it. If you could find the money, I do think it's gonna be interesting to see what happens, and I do think it sends a good message. So, I mean, it's gonna be right down the street from where I live. So, I mean, I don't know that I'd use it.
It works for you. That's
No,
fine.
no, I don't know. I would do it
Why
in my
don't-
property.
Is there any way we can move it closer to Amy's house?
It's
At the corner of
I got a bigger-
No.
Cut down on the traffic downtown. People won't have to go.
I think, I think,
downtown.
honestly, I think the idea of where it's gonna be will bring conversation, actually.
I just got the impression, honestly, my impression was that, and this is the last thing I'll say on this small thing in the budget. I don't think that, Mr. Cattell is very in favor of this. I don't think he's gonna look very hard to find it in his budget. I think that's my impression. So if you want this to happen,
My biggest concern is that people are gonna honestly ruin it.
are
That's
gonna,
what they're gonna ruin it. They're going to drop diapers or something and it takes one bad apple to spoil the bunch. And unfortunately, if you start putting the wrong stuff in there,
Doesn't work.
it ruins it. And he was pretty clear about it. It's very hard to get a group of people to be disciplined. And that's the disappointment because people that are really interested in doing this are making their way down to where the compost pile is in the town. And that's the truth of the matter. So I want to support the fella. I think he came here, he was very, I'm willing to do a pilot, and cut it and try to find something, but I don't honestly, I mean, maybe I'll be wrong, but I don't know that this is gonna be the most successful program we roll out in this town.
So there's a motion.
Do you have room at your house for a digest?
No. I have my dogs. They're not
Ready
gonna
to vote on
come.
the motion?
There was a motion, then
It's
Jim.
it's
modified
amended.
it.
You have to,
That's right.
yeah, so we got to vote, vote on the amendment. So, and that, which was seconded by Bob. All right, all those in favor of amending the motion to change the dollar amount of the reduction from 15,000 to 30. That's 6, those opposed? Or sorry, 7, 7-2. Okay. So that's, so now what's up for consideration is the cut of $30,000. All in favor? All opposed? 2. Okay. 7-2 on both of those. For the record, I do think that they'll figure out a way to get the pilot program started this year.
I would hope that, I thought they did seem to move to that last night, and if they weren't, I think that would be a hardship and they should come back to us.
Right.
Because I don't think that would be right.
well, they got the, meeting plan too that they could let the use, but,
You want it at your house, you said?
yeah, I'll take whatever.
You're
whatever-
essentially located right on Uncle I've seen your journey.
Yeah, well, no, I hope they can find the money too. 'Cause it's a-
Yeah,
it's a-
I hope so.
Okay, so that takes us through the health department. I know from our notes last night, we have one item remaining, which is the debt service, whatever we pull out of that reserve. But before we get there, are there any other items for other departments, which would be
Library.
the library, and the recreation, so Enfield, recreation, waterfront, arena, golf courses. We also have to, so by my notes, we have 2 items to vote on. We have the Board of Education and you have the debt service.
Yes.
So before we discuss those items, can we see where the dust has fallen so far?
Yeah.
So Ben and Shane, can you help with what is the sum of the total changes that we've been contemplating for the expense side of the equation?
Well, there's, right now in my, there's there's an additional, I mean, it's toggling an additional amount for that sort of stuff that we've not voted on. Right?
Okay,
I mean, you can see right there, right? So that is included,
right, so just put that 1 to a 0.
and that's the only thing we haven't done.
Well, we haven't done the Board of Education, but that won't be in the summer either.
Okay, so the proposed,
1118222.
yeah, you're looking for the total.
Well, so far.
Well, okay, the proposals we made are $1,118,222, which would bring down the expense budget to 400 million. or 11,596.
That's just the expense, some of the
Just the
expense.
expense piece.
Doesn't include the revenues.
That doesn't include the revenues, yeah.
Okay.
You want me to go to the summary page and see where?
Yeah, that would be helpful. I want to make sure that Ben is in sync with this as well.
I am in sync with the 1118222 expense reduction.
Can you repeat the number?
1,118,222.
Just make sure that the total expense budget matches what I'm seeing. There's
Yeah.
something wrong with this number here. You see H10,
Yeah,
shouldn't that be the same thing we see here? Is it the same thing?
yeah.
Yeah, so I'm seeing 401,871. I'm seeing 400, so there's something, I probably just haven't toggled something.
Okay.
It's about 407,000 off. Did you toggle the heart and hypertension? Because I'm matching the 401,871,928 for the new operating expense budget.
Let me see. Where is heart and hypertension?
There it is,
You got it.
37.
Yeah, but I have it. It's
Yeah.
in there.
Okay. What were the?
I can just-
2877554? I'm just trying to go, 2877.
I'll just grab the top.
554, yeah.
And bear with us, public, we're making our way through.
Just want to see something.
So are you want me to go just track down these, see, like,
Sure. Ben, do you have a, let's go, we were in sync on the revenue side too. We want to focus on the expense. So,
how many, what is your proposed changes from the Board of Finance? What's the total number you have?
I got the $1,118,222 reduction.
Yeah, so I have that as well.
Yeah,
what's the
but
number?
you've got a different
There?
You've got a different.
Say that number again, 1,000,000.
118.
What am I seeing there? 2877554. How is that?
And that's where
That includes
I
the
have a
debt service.
disconnect as
That
well.
includes what?
Debt
No, it
service.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
No, he toggled it off.
Proposed column J, Shane and I match.
It's
Column G, we
it's
got
the
that?
carry to the summary page that we're missing.
2877554 is the change?
I'm, no, I got the change of the 1,118,000. Column J,
That's changed.
proposed BOF adjustment,
Where are you seeing that? Because I'm seeing.
just on the right hand, the far right hand side.
Upper
Oh, I
right.
see. Yeah, it's column J.
Yeah, it's column J
But I've got a different value for G as well.
and for H.
So G is the proposed stuff. Some of them are toggled on, some of
What's
them.
the relevance of G and H since we didn't toggle? Those are everything.
Yeah.
G captured all the proposed
Right.
numbers. I turns them on or off, and J should include everything that we've.
But what I'm saying is that H number, that 400 million is a meaningless number. We shouldn't be trying to tie to that.
Well,
Agreed.
that's what we're trying to, the H is what's not tying in on the summary page.
It shouldn't.
It should.
No,
No, no.
no, because you got 2.8 of potential changes. We only have 1.1 of actual. things
Okay,
we've redone.
okay,
So
okay.
He's
that
got one
number
more-
is irrelevant to the first page.
One more column to the right, column K,
111.
feeds the 401,871,928
correct.
feeds
You
the,
have that?
I have that, that feeds the
Okay, all
summary
right.
page.
Okay, yeah. All right, see, it just took a room full of people.
Yeah, we're getting there. And so I want to, give me a second to catch up on this here. Functions. Series. So. For some reason I am off. On my personal tally, but I trust that,
I think me and Ben have the same numbers, which takes us right now. The increase in the gross tax levy based on Ben and my numbers is 2.74%
Without the debt service.
without the debt service.
I've got 273 for some reason. You have
Maybe I just add some
52.
2737, yeah. I just rounded to the second.
I got it. Yeah, but I'm not rounding.
No.
Okay. That's a function of 349, 772. So. 355. That's where we're off.
So, all right, so I think I've caught up with you guys. So I have a sum total Board of Finance adjustments of 1118222 to expense. I think all three of us are in sync there.
Yes.
Right? We earlier talked about non-tax revenue. We adjusted that upwards by 4205650 for a total of 5323872. So far, so we're good. And then so the gross net tax levy or current year tax levy required 349,017,278. I agree with that. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
Okay. So we've got the adjusted 401,871, 928. We've got the 52,854, 650. Okay.
I can tell you where I am off.
Okay.
It's the reserve for uncollected taxes. I have 2,940,042. And that's why,
We're using a different collection rate.
well, I'm
Well, we're not gonna,
worried about that.
we don't have to worry about that tonight, but that is a reconciling. So the way that this spreadsheet on the screen is calculating, it's based on an input of 99.16%. Okay, so if you've got a dollar amount that's not exactly to two decimal places, that's the difference. But Shane, humor me on this one. If you scroll to the right.
Yep.
Um,
Farther than this?
yeah, keep going. Further to the right, keep going. Keep going.
We're stuck
Okay,
there.
yeah,
All right.
now, I'm in agreement if I round to 4 decimal points.
Okay. All right.
The
perfect.
calculation went further out, so it dropped the number.
Yeah,
It
okay.
was over here. I want to keep going.
Yeah, where was he going
I
with
thought
this?
there was, I thought I had a toggle where I could enter a dollar amount instead of a percentage, but that's on a different
Okay.
spreadsheet.
Yeah, I now have the 2956580, which is what's shown in
All
Mr.
right,
Penland's.
and we will take action on the collection rate then. Okay,
No.
so that notwithstanding, four items left, we'll have to vote on the totals. We have to vote on the in and outs of WPCU, FCRD. We have Board of Ed to do, and we have the debt service reserve. But right now, with all of the adjustments that we've made, we've got a year-over-year increase in the gross tax levy of 2.74%.
Do we have any support?
Yeah.
Do we have any support to show what the increase has been for the last few years in our backup?
I know.
Like, what was our number last year?
I think I have. You're right.
One point nine
The number for what?
last year's.
What was last year's increase?
Levy increase was 4.1.
No, no. It was 1.9. Definitely.
Well, no, I think there was 1.9 in the mill rate, but I think it was 4 point and change on the gross tax levy. So this is a different year because we have the reval, so it makes it really hard, but
Yeah.
bear with me, I do have.
I want to compare apples to apples tonight. That's why I'm
exactly.
trying to understand, because there's only so much we control at this board.
Yep,
So what I'm trying to understand is, obviously, we've taken this down significantly from what we were handed. And what I'm trying to figure out is how close did we get to where I wanted to land?
yep.
So it looks like we're at 2.74 before we put anything for debt service or anything else in there.
Right.
So I'm just trying to compare
I
that to
just pulled
what.
up last year's final.
Okay,
we ended the mill rate with a 1.76 increase year over year. That's mill rate. But there were adjustments for the BAA adjustments and some of the grand list things. The increase last year on the gross tax levy required is 2.90%.
So
we were
last
already below
year,
that.
Below that.
so last year it was 2.9.
Yep.
The comparative number to the 2.74 was
Correct.
2.9.
Yep.
Okay,
And
do we have that for
I
24?
have them for the last 4 years.
Okay.
So bear with me, I'll open that up. Each one is in a slightly different file. So the increase in the gross tax levy the previous year was 1.8%. So we're above that. That in that year, our mill rate increase was 1.424% increase.
1.424%.
Yes.
Fiscal 25.
Four.
Yep, fiscal year 25, and I also have fiscal year 24. So fiscal year 24, our mill rate increase was below 1%. It was 0.991. And then the gross tax levy increase
Soft by.
was 2.22% that year.
2.22%.
Yeah.
So basically what we're saying right now is that in the last 3 years, we are certainly higher than 2 of them right now. And then we have to compound the impact of the rebound.
Yep.
Got more work to do.
Let's see how much it changes when we add debt service. I don't know what that is.
What's 50 basis? What's the goal? Just sort of, because now we're all, I think we all perhaps have different abstract things we're anchoring to. You want it to be just sort of in line with the lowest level that it's increased over the last few years, or you want it to be what's?
Yeah, I'd like to be able to send a message to the taxpayer that we try to keep it as low as like we.
As it's been
intended.
historically.
Based on the fact that we're gonna get a huge hit. It would be that we really made a lot of sacrifices to get there. Just because of the significant hit that people are getting in a lot of areas with these, I mean, I'm one person. I mean, fortunately, I have a job, I can afford it, but there's a lot of people not in my financial position, so I'm trying to be cognizant for others. And, you know. I do like keeping the elderly in the community. It's very important to me, and I like having diversity in this town. And I think that a lot of people that unfortunately are seeing some of the bigger hits are in the McKinley area, when you looked at the maps and certain areas where you're potentially driving people out of town, that brings some of those things that I really like, that I want my kids to experience.
I think we're all aligned there.
So
So the-
I'm struggling with that.
The last 3 years, the average is 2.3.
0.31, yeah.
We're at 2.74 without looking at debt service. We'll look at debt service to see what we can do, if anything, with that.
Yep.
Do you want to really like talk about the board since they've been
Well,
sitting?
let me talk about the Board of Ed first, I would
I mean,
suggest.
Yeah.
If everyone's comfortable that,
Can we just, I have one more comment to make. So I pretty much agree with that too. I mean, the only other thing I think about is just that obviously the town is not immune from all the other pressures of the economy that everyone faces. So I want to keep that in line. I think we're doing a good job on that. That's a reasonable, like, I see where you're coming from there. And I know, and Jim, your point is completely right, by the way, that you can pick any individual thing and make it seem de minimis. And we have to, we have to think a little bit big picture. But when we're talking about, if people are truly on the line of like, oh my gosh, if this tax bill, it's going to send me out of town, we got to do some a lot bigger cutting. A lot bigger cutting. So it's just like, I don't think we're gonna land. I just, based on what we did last night and what I think is just possible with what's left, I don't think we can make cuts significant enough to help people out for one, because there's the real thing driving the taxes has nothing to do with the budget. So I don't think we can make the room in the budget. I mean, we both said this at public comment. So I just think there's a lot of room to make up if there's somebody who's really sort of at the edge of having to leave town because of this. I don't think the Board of Finance is going to be able to save them.
And Amy, you're next, and then I want to.
Sorry, that's it.
But you've been patient.
I think everybody on this board is on this board because we understand finances, legal backgrounds, we're, I would think, highly achieving people. Tell me the last time you've seen an article in the paper or somebody's adding headcount. You cannot look at anything, any company where you're seeing companies adding heads. None.
But that's not true.
because of the
I-
economy
No,
necessarily.
that's not true. My company's hired.
People are hiring, but they're not adding to the baseline. They're hiring for attrition, they're hiring for different things. It's not, every job, every company is cutting, look at the papers, the headlines, you're not adding. People are afraid for jobs right now.
Mhm.
And we're adding positions. It's a tough year to make that sell.
Yeah, I mean, there are certainly companies that are cutting headcount, but they're also exiting lines of business, or they're exiting certain markets, right? They're making these big chunky moves like Shane talked about. I don't think we're not gonna say, okay, we're no longer gonna service Greenfield Hill. We're gonna cut that department, right? And, or we're not gonna have DPW anymore because we're not gonna do any of that type of stuff. Like, it's hard to compare.
But it gets
a
back to the
municipality
efficiencies.
a
Where
corporation.
are there ever efficiencies?
A COO will help us get there. A GIS
tough
analyst
sell.
will help us get there.
I don't know. I want to see what happens when we add. debt
Yeah, so
service.
let's, I mean, look, before we take a motion, I think one of the things we can do, Shane, is turn the debt service line item on. See what the 1.5 that we discussed last night does.
Okay, so this is gonna add, we've already moved money out of debt service.
Yeah.
So this is gonna add another $1.5 million coming out of the debt service fund.
Yeah,
I'll go back to the summary page.
so in fact, I think it just showed it right on the top.
It shows it.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, so where were we? 2.74?
2.74, yeah.
Sorry.
2.3. So if we take $1.5 million out, that goes to 2.30. So what's that? 44 basis points. Costs us $1.5 million to get 44 basis points.
I don't want to get put up cart out of the horse. Are we talking more about, are we doing this? Because I do have a conceptual
I'm-
question on this.
You guys tell me what you want to.
Do we want to I think we have to figure out what we're doing, if anything, with the Board of Ed, and then we can come back to debt
Mr.
service.
Mr. Walsh, you had suggested holding off on the Board of Ed.
Yeah, because I wanted to see where these numbers, this is exactly where I wanted to get to.
2.30?
See how Mr. Testani's gonna get us under 2%.
Oh, boy. That would take a lot.
Yeah.
So,
Holy
but can I just ask? So relating what we've been discussing here against the message or even the wisdom of adding headcount. Is it fair to say that offsetting the reductions that you would have wanted by finding them, for example, in transfer from debt service, that wouldn't be satisfactory from your point of view, because philosophically, you don't think they should be adding headcount. It's not just a bottom line number. It's more like, why are we?
No, I mean, I would like to have seen, I think the head count is something hard to sell in a year like this. I'll be honest with you. I spoke about these at great length last night. I don't disagree with the need for the positions.
Yeah.
I think that it could be handled in various different components or attrition and rediggering. So,
That wouldn't have moved really the needle.
well, we're taking out a couple, 500,000. So I know that, but it's also the optics and the.
I think we need to focus on, do we want to use 1.5 out of debt service to get this down to 2.3%?
Or somewhere in the middle.
Or somewhere in the middle. Do we have a concern taking that much out of there? I think you mentioned last night that
1.8, you
we have
said.
a fund balance
Yeah.
issue next year.
Yeah, so I did mention that. So up in the upper right corner, the 1.934509. That number reflects the the increase in our fund balance that is required to maintain 11.76. And we're not budgeting for that. So eyes wide open, if we don't budget for it and we don't have a surplus and we release this 1.5 million from the debt service reserve, we won't be able to maintain 11.76. And if everyone's okay with that, we can move forward, but I want eyes wide open on that very point.
You and I talked about this, Craig, earlier, and I have no problem with it whatsoever.
Okay.
Maintain that. We have had years where we could have gotten that number well over 15% over time, and we chose not to. And if there's ever a year to use some of the taxpayers' money and give it back to them, this is the year. And if we don't hit 11.76, and it turned, right now, we're at $2.5 million. Is that correct, Tom, after the second quarter?
The current year, fiscal year
Current
26.
Fiscal year projection on what surplus would be from the last second.
For the
quarter.
current year is $500,000.
$500,000? Thought we were in like 2.8.
No, that was the first quarter, but we will not be able to take out the 3 million from the internal service fund. So we need $500,000 to maintain the 11.76%.
So, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Is our forecasted surplus $500,000 or the forecast is the $500,000 related to how much will need to contribute to maintain 11.76 this year? I'm trying, because I think your question was.
Because that's how it was
what's our
shared last night.
For the current year.
Yeah.
$500,000 to maintain them, yeah,
To maintain it.
correct.
No,
But
that's
what
not
is
the
our
question.
surplus right now? If,
Put the
yeah,
reserve aside. We're
what's
not
the
talking
number?
about the reserve. We're just saying, what is the forecasted surplus for the town in fiscal year 26?
The operating surplus right now is going to be about $500,000.
Okay.
We think after, we've got to get through the quarter.
Yeah,
So-
understood. But, and
that's what we need.
we also need $500,000 to go into.
To go into, but again,
So
so we
we
get
basically.
till the end of the quarter.
So that
Don't
means
know
you
what
could
the-
take the 1.5 further up, because we took 500,000 out of that.
We went from 2.3 down to 1.
Because we thought that we needed 500,000, so you can take that further up.
I think we could go from 2.3 to 1.8, but if we push it above 1.8, I think that would really put us in jeopardy. But we can see what.
So yesterday, maybe I'm mistaken, but I thought the numbers we had said were that we had 2.328.
Yep.
Okay,
Number
and that we needed to take 500 out of that number
for this year's.
for this year.
Yeah.
And now you're saying we don't need to do that.
No. We need to take, we will need 500,000 to maintain the 11.76% this year.
But if we're having a surplus of 500, do you need an additional 500?
Presumably, if we do have a surplus, we'll be
That's what
fine.
That's what we're
But-
presuming.
Yeah, but you need that would have to go into.
So then that puts
service.
this
I mean,
number back at 2.3, correct?
Yeah.
So you can even go to 2.3,
Theoretically, yeah.
right?
But we still,
Yeah.
but we still have the question of what happens with the FY 27 surplus, which we're not budgeting. And we've probably eaten up more of the surplus because we've been a lot more aggressive on budgeting
On the
surplus.
revenues. But we can't forecast that we don't know yet. So I mean, we're not leaving certainly anything. If we drained this, and I'm not proposing we take 2.3, by the way. I could certainly think of making it 2.8 or 1.8, but I mean,
Can I ask
if
Mr. Walsh?
if the people wiser than me are comfortable. with it.
You and I talk about this over the years. Would it bother you that if we couldn't maintain the 11.76 next year because and it would be something a little less than that for 1 year? Is that an issue for you?
It's
I
not
know
an
we have a
issue for
do
me.
no harm policy.
Not an issue for me for 1 year, as long as we know that other surpluses that we're gonna build it back up to 11.
Exactly. I'm with you on that. I think the fund balance is like we're kind of using it by doing it this way. And this is the year we should
Potentially
do
doing
it.
it. Hopefully not.
This is the year
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
that's what it's there for, stuff like, and our policy even says we could do stuff like this.
Well,
It-
it's
it
giving the
predates
relief to
everyone
the
except-
taxpayer that are here today.
Yeah, but it
So it's
predates,
helping.
it predates everyone on this board except for Mr. Walsh and Mr. Matola. You two were here during COVID. This board
We didn't.
opted to not use this reserve then. And if you don't use it during COVID.
Westport used theirs, remember, Jim?
Yeah, I
They
did.
didn't use it.
You know, this is like, I'll tell you, and you guys have been here longer, so I'm listening to what you're saying. Since I've been on the board, we've had this policy and we've funded, we've made a transfer to fund balance every year.
Yep.
Every year we get a presentation from Phoenix Advisors and they give us a little chart that says, you want to be between 10 and 15%, you guys are on the bottom end. And I've heard that I've heard great feedback from people saying that it's not important for your credit rating. Maybe so. We have a policy that says we fund this. I don't like doing things when our board has a policy and then just, because we have just saying, when we have a year where the taxes are up, let's dip into the policy. Because let me play this out. Let's say that we hit this end of fiscal year 27 and we don't have enough money to fund it, so it drops below.
So.
To me, if it's gonna drop, if we're gonna reduce that fund balance, let's use it for capital expenditures. Let's not use it just to pay little recurring expenses like our revenue. That doesn't make sense to me. And I would at least want to have like a more fulsome discussion about should we change the policy? But I really hate to see us like just willy-nilly throwing the policy out. And maybe it's a bad policy, but it just seems like we're just being very loose with our process here. And it's a total departure from what my experience has been the last, couple budgets and what we've done with fund balance. So
Are we sticking with, other than the fact, and maybe again, I'm missing something, so I just want to clarify. We're expecting this year, right now, based on our current forecast, that we're gonna have a surplus of 500,000. And in order to end the year, the fiscal year of 26 at our 11 million number, we need to put that 500,000 in that number, correct? So we're not changing anything there.
no, it's for
So we're just
for
using the
next-
current assumptions and sticking with the policy 100%, which I like to do as well.
So.
So with
Oh,
that
I'm
being,
sorry.
I'm sorry, so with that being said, I think the only thing we're talking about is for 27, we're taking it another full year down the road. We're saying, we think the number's looking like 2.3. How much are we comfortable utilizing? And I think last night we said 1.5. So it's a question of, do we feel comfortable going to 1.8? Do we feel comfortable leaving it at 1.5? Do we feel comfortable not touching it? We don't know what that number could be.
Yep.
Hiring those positions could take a long time. There's lots of things that can happen. The revenue can
You
blow.
always
We don't
have-
know what's gonna happen in Iran. We got a million things happening around
We
the
have
world.
churn rate and all that stuff every
We
year.
might have a lot of attrition and fill these positions through that. I have no, we don't know. I think, so I don't think, and I wouldn't be comfortable proposing. I don't think, I'm not hearing that we're planning on changing the policy.
We don't have to because our policy says so. I just, yesterday I said this and Jim, you probably haven't looked at this. It says, our policy statement says positive unassigned fund balances serve three important functions. Number two, can be periodically used to lower taxes to smooth out major fluctuations in the property tax rates. That's kind of what we're doing here.
During a year of
During a-
revale.
Exactly.
I don't think that's a good.
But that's what our policy says.
We could have used the fund balance to fill the problem we have in the internal service fund. We didn't.
You can do that too.
We used $4 million.
Well, we're using 400,000, 407, yeah. Yep. So I think the policy was written pretty eloquently, actually, because I think it gives us the ability to use it. We also have this provision that talks about do no harm, which basically means outside of extraordinary circumstances, we want to maintain.
Yep.
And I think this is kind of threading the needle because we're not drawing from it to reduce
Yeah.
taxes, but we're saying we may run the risk that we may not be able to contribute to maintain that. But so it's kind of threading the needle a little
It's
bit.
just creating a cliff for next year. It's
Well,
not
that's-
solving a
That
structural.
is true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not solving. a
We've
fiscal
got
problem.
it.
It's just
We've got
Solving the
to-
problem this year.
some of it this year, but I mean, the burden this year, but it's just gonna be there next year. We're not gonna have money to transfer.
Well,
So
we're already drawing over $7 million out of this reserve of
it's creating a
three
bigger.
plus 4.15, and then whatever we add to it. So we're gonna have an $8 or $9 million cliff next year.
Well,
I
I
guess-
don't know if it's $8 or $9 million. Because I don't know whether the 4 million that we're putting into the internal service fund, is that really a cliff? Because we're not gonna do that next year.
No, we're not putting 4 million into the internal service fund. We're putting 400,000. And that's just to avoid a deficit because we've depleted the internal service fund.
We were gonna transfer money out of the internal service fund, but we had to take it from debt service because the internal service
Right.
fund dwindled.
Yeah.
So three of the draw from debt service reserve was planned. 4.15 was supposed to come
Yeah.
out of ISF, but it can't, so it comes out of debt service. So that's 7.15. And then whatever we do here, if it's another 1.5 million, that's 8.65. If we go above 1.5 million, we're approaching $9 million.
Can I just say one more thing and then I will leave it, you can vote or whatever, you guys can talk more. Is, it just seems to me that if we've got the tax increase down to 2.3%. That honestly exceeded where I thought we would get when we started this, so I think I don't feel the need to dig more to the point that we're starting to sort of tear these policies up. But I appreciate that everybody has
I agree,
a
Sean.
different point of view.
I don't think we should take more than 1.5.
Well, but there's only like, there's a pretty much depleting it at that point. There's only, there's $2-ish million.
Yeah, I wouldn't take more than 1.5.
Well, we were talking about the
No, I know.
possibility that we could go.
No, I know, but I don't know if I want to push the razor's edge on it.
I'm fine with 1.5.
Well, I mean, I guess like, so what about like, there's some items that you guys were very passionate about that had dollars to them. I guess your idea would be to cover that and then some, because that was your plan originally, right? Okay, understood.
We had originally 1.5 in the number
And the cuts.
when we
Okay.
talked about it, so trying to make up the numbers to where, like, walked in with an expectation of anticipated cuts at a dollar amount. And just trying to be mindful of just all the different levers we've been talking about.
Well, I'll tell you what, you guys had some compelling points to me. I just won't shut up. I'm sorry. You guys had some really compelling points on the COO, on the GSI position. I differed a little bit on them, but I appreciate it. So it seems that the most experienced members on the board are comfortable tapping into this. And given where we are and I'm open to
And-
supporting a bigger cut
And
than.
I'll just tell you where I'm coming from, Shane.
Yeah.
I understand next year is gonna be a problem. I get it. And maybe next year, we're gonna have a 4% tax increase. But I don't want people going into this thing saying, I'm at like 25 and I'm going to 29 right now, okay?
Yeah.
That's the pain I'm trying to press. Like you said, and I knew this, like, we could never reduce this budget to make people whole on the rebound. We would have to
Be a different town.
close 5 schools or, do some like crazy.
Always picking on the schools.
You're 60% of the budget. You gotta go where the money is, man.
Anyone has an appetite to
I did not touch it.
the structure of the
Is it to
town.
that level? So I guess that's my problem. I've been always trying to drill the number down and let the reval year happen, let people get used to it. And then next year, if we have to come back and it's a higher number, I'm not expecting it's gonna be 2.3 next year. I just know it's not.
Yeah. All right.
So I'm just trying to get people used to the reval year and this painful jump.
Yeah.
And then try to get back to some normalcy at some point.
And I hope the public appreciates the deliberation that this board has gone through to try and take that very point into
Yeah.
consideration. I think we've all worked really
I mean,
hard.
the best I could have ever done is cut it 4.2, but the amount of pain that would cause.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm just,
So I'm going to throw something out for you three specifically to consider. So for me, I was thinking more like cut $1 million out of this debt service or use an additional $1 million out of debt service reserve. The reason that kind of resonated for me was because that would get the gross tax levy increase from 2.74 to 2.45. So it would be under 2.5, which for me was just kind of like my top down number. However, I also appreciate the point that Shane made with respect to some of the adjustments that you guys proposed and did not get through. So if we were to draw an additional 500,000, so go to the 1.5 that you guys are looking for, it would push me 500,000 more, but for me, that kind of helps pay for those items that you guys wanted to cut, but I supported keeping in.
Mhm.
So to me, that I'm trying to make this a bipartisan. I know that you felt strongly about those positions, and for me, pulling an extra 500,000 here helps offset that pain and gets us, to 2.3. That's a really good number. So I'm just food for thought.
Mhm.
So,
Okay.
okay, so with that in mind, do we want to talk about Board of Ed or do we want to vote on this
Let's
item?
vote on this.
I just want
Good on this.
to make one comment in terms of the quarter.
Yeah.
That's very much a back of the envelope
Sure.
kind of
We
guess.
have-
Sure. Yeah. All right,
I'll
so,
tell you that back of the envelope, it's normally gone up.
Yeah.
I will tell you, Tom, that
yeah,
if experience is anything over the last 5 years, I'd say that number just kept going up and up and up.
I hope it does.
Yeah, I hope it does too. I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen. It could go the other way. Could be.
Amy, would you like to make the motion for the adjustment to the debt service reserve?
Just one final question on
Sure.
this, because I am really deferring. This is not like
Mhm.
the debt service. I really do defer to John and Jim. You guys feel comfortable with this?
Yeah.
Because honestly, you guys have the history and Lori knew all this really well. This is,
For this year, yes, I am. I think Jim agrees.
I'd like to make a
Yeah.
motion.
Yeah, if it wasn't this bad of a year because of the rebound,
We
I
never
wouldn't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I appreciate that. I get that. And, yeah, okay.
Okay, I believe that it would be line 58950.
Yeah, and for the public, we're on page 204, which is the debt
Debt
service.
service budget.
yeah.
I would like to propose that we take that number from 3 million to 4.5.
And so
An
increase,
increase of 1.5 million.
yeah, or draw an additional. Now, just for the
Yeah.
record, to be clear, we already made an adjustment to what was printed earlier in the vote.
So I'll just
this
take,
is
I'll
just
restate
an,
this.
yeah, just,
Um,
we're just pulling an additional
An
1.5.
additional 1.5 million.
Second on that? Mr. Walsh, can I nominate you for the second?
I think Ron second.
Okay.
I have no problem.
All right.
So it's gonna be a bipartisan vote.
Okay. Good. All right. I think we just deliberated this. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank
Hey,
you.
Jim, if it goes south, they're gonna blame us.
All right. So, with that change, Mr. Henley and Ben,
Well, we had that on, so that 1.5 was assumed in the 2.3 that we're looking at, right? So that's.
all right,
that's-
so
that's
we're
nothing's
at
changed.
2.618222 as the final adjusted number. Okay.
And our number is the 2.3.
Yeah. And now we're down to 2.3. So,
Board of Ed,
Board of Ed.
please.
We don't need them here.
No,
Anybody-
they
any
could have gone
motions
home
or
a long
anything?
time. So does anyone
One of
have
them
any
here.
proposed adjustments for the
Jim
Board of Ed?
proposed.
Oh, the Board of Ed?
Yeah,
Yeah, I was thinking about doing something, but I've decided against it. So I hate to keep my friends over here waiting, but.
Pleasure's mine.
We
made him stay on.
You're welcome.
What?
Say something, but we'll get you in trouble.
Make it buy you drinks.
It was a compliment to this board, so I'll leave it. You guys have fun over there?
A lot of work.
We might get a snow day tomorrow.
Oh, my God.
No more snow.
right.
No more
Make it a
snow.
sun.
so no
Sunday,
changes
that's
to
right.
the Board of Ed. So then let's just take a moment to before we do the self-supporting, we've made all of the adjustments to town revenue, town expense, and all right, we're not gonna vote. We're gonna wait for John to come back. Coming?
Are we voting on the whole thing? or gonna-
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm here for that.
Okay.
I don't want to miss that.
All right, we'll do
Kind
the
of what I'm on this
self-supporting
board
after, because
Yes.
it's, all right,
Yes.
because that's how we've done it in years past. So, I want to confirm the, amounts, make sure that the, town non-tax revenue budget adjusted totals 52,854,650.
Great.
Summary page?
Non-tax revenue, 52,854,650. Yes.
Yes, okay. So can I get a motion to approve the non-tax revenue budget for the town of Fairfield at the 52,854,650? Shane, and a second by Mr. Matola. All in favor? We'll go for the vote. All in favor?
We're voting right now
On
on.
revenue.
Revenue 52,854,650. Unanimous. Thank you. Now, the Board of Education budget, just the bottom line now, motion to approve Board of Education budget with no changes. 243,944,528. Or 243,944,528. Can I get a motion for that? Mr. Elwanger, and a second by Kevin. Thank you, Mr. Stark. All in favor? Approving the Board of Education budget with no changes.
Well, Board of Ed with no changes, yes.
Okay, great. So that leaves us with the motion to approve the town operating expense budget as amended with the $2,618,222 worth of changes. The new total should be $400,371,928. Do you agree?
I agree.
Do you agree? Okay, great.
Can I
Can I
ask
get
a
a motion?
qualifying question?
Sure.
Is this the budget just on the expense piece or the total budget right now?
So we've done it. We're doing the three pieces that make up the total.
This is the expense.
This is the expense piece.
So we've done two, this is the last
We've
piece.
done the revenue, we've done the Board of Ed, and now we're doing the expense.
Okay.
Okay. So motion to approve the operating expense budget as previously noted.
What's the number again?
400,371,000.
Yeah, 400,371,928. So Shane, you're gonna make that motion?
Yes.
Okay, can I get a second? Mr. Roth, thank you. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Kevin, are you holding out? Last call, are you good? Okay, none. Great. So, that approves the town side of the budget unanimously. Thank you all for this collaboration. I am grateful.
Great work.
Very thankful for
Guys
the
did some good
discussions
work.
last night, as I stated, and honestly, really appreciate the new people on board, and always kind of look my way across the table. You know, Bob, it's looking up to you as a very senior leader in the finance community. You know, Kevin, I always kind of look and see what you're doing over there. I know I got my eye on you, but really want to thank everybody for last night. I thought that it was very effective, and I want to compliment you, Craig. I think you've done an outrageous job on the entire process. I think you've been very considerate in hearing and wanting to have a very collaborative board. And I really have been very happy with the way that this has gone. And thank you as well for everything you're doing. I know you've been in a tough position with a lot of different moving pieces. We may not agree on everything, but I think in general, we're pretty
I think
close.
appreciate the board's hard work and finance department and the department heads, as I said in our first meeting. Came in higher than I would have liked and said that we were going to continue to look. I view it as a starting point, trust this board, your expertise, your experience to really drill down on it. And I commend you for the work that you did. And we will continue to look at the town budget as it heads to the RTM to see if additional savings could be, adjustments can be found.
We still gotta do two budgets.
Yeah, we
gotta
just
do
have the self-supporting stuff now. And thank you all.
Thank
All
you,
right.
guys.
So self-supporting WPCU,
Going to make this smaller, huh?
you can go right to, yeah, perfect. Okay. So let's do the expenses on this one first. We were all recommended by the administration and the finance department. These are changes that have been made post printing. But should be non-controversial. I'll go, we can see the list. Is there a way to
Yeah, this
scroll
is-
up and, or is it
You
just?
need to unsplit the screen maybe? Is it? It's at the bottom, is that okay?
Yeah, it's at the bottom.
Okay, perfect.
You want me to make it a little bit bigger?
I think it'll disappear if you make it bigger.
Sure do.
So Ben, keep me honest here. I think we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 changes on your list.
Yes.
they total to $213,676. So do we have it on the board? We do. Okay.
So
So I'll just fire through. So the first motion would be to adjust regular payroll now 51010 by 163 down by $163,944. Can I get a second? Shane, thank you. Any discussion on this item? We'll go to the vote. All in favor? All right, 801 with John out of the room. All right, and then the next item was the related health insurance account 52100, reducing by $23,435. Can I get a second? Bob, thank you. All in favor on this one? Great, thank you. 801, John's out of the room. Third item was the OPEB health account 52105. This is an increase of $2,024. Can I get a second on this one? Bob, thank you. And vote to approve. All right, great, thank you. 801 with John out of the room. Next one is Social Security related to the investment. It's reduced, account number 52200 gets reduced by $12,488. Can I get a second on that one? All right, Jane. Vote to approve. Okay, 801 with John out of the room. The next line is the pension amount being reduced, account number 52310 being reduced by $6,416. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
All right, John's back in the room. Nice. Thank you, John. May I get vote to approve? We're back up to 9. Thank you, John. Next is property insurance being account 55210 being reduced by $6,517. Second, Shane, thank you. And a vote to approve. Unanimous. Okay. And last expense item, liability insurance account 55240 being reduced by $2,900. Can I get a second? Mr. Walsh. Vote to approve. 9-0. Okay. So the sum of those changes equals $2,113.76. Now we have two ways that we can treat this. Do you have that number? Do you agree?
What did you just say?
$213,676.
That number I agree with.
It's a 2,000, yeah.
Fair enough, it's late. Okay, so so we could do one of two things on this one. We obviously want to have the self-supporting account. We can either allow this to authorize appropriation from their fund balance to cover this deficit, or we can increase their revenue by the 213, so there's no draw on their reserve.
I would increase.
I agree with
I would
your
increase
approach.
the
We said this last night.
Last night you
and
said
it's-
revenue.
They don't make the revenue, but they're gonna just take it
Yeah.
from it anywhere,
So I
so.
thought we were.
Okay, so I will make a motion to increase the account number 42304, which is the infiltration and inflow revenue line item, by $213,676. And that would be to keep the operating expense in line with the revenue in line with the expense. Can I get a second?
A second.
Thank you, Amy. All in favor with that? 9-0, perfect. So that closes out the WPCA.
Charging all of us.
And do we have to vote on the total on this one? I don't know if we do. Well, I don't think we do. I think these are just amendments to the totals. So I'm gonna say we don't have to vote on it. Because the reason why I hesitate is because the budget book totals may not necessarily reconcile with what changes have already been made. So I'm gonna say no vote on that. You okay with that? We voted on the amendments for the line items.
Yeah.
Okay. And that leaves W or FCRD, similar adjustments. Okay. So WFCRD is page 213. There are, well, I wish we could get that on the display. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 line items with changes. They total $55,000. So this'll.
We make one motion for all of them.
Can we make one
I'm-
motion?
I'm
Yeah,
fine
let's
with
do
that.
one motion.
Yeah, okay. So I'll read the description on all of them and then we'll make one motion on the whole blanket.
Yeah.
All right, so for the Fairfield County Regional Dispatch on page 213. The first item is,
Okay.
or actually, you've got it on the screen.
Sure.
Do you
Yeah,
want to do it?
I'll read it. Yeah, sure.
All
So
right,
the
thanks.
first item is to decrease OPEB health by $25,000 from $190,230 to $165,230. Second item is to increase the health insurance line. That's 521001 by $85,939 to $841,677 from $755,738. The third change, line 52105, Social Security contributions, is to increase that line by $1,772 to $209,445 from $207,673. Next, we have payroll, regular payroll 52200. The motion is to decrease it by $1,913 to $2,514,955 from $2,516,868. Next, we have property insurance 55210. It's to decrease it by $170 to $121,654 from $121,824. Liability insurance. It's 55220. This is changes to decrease it by $58 to $35,134 from $35,192. Next, we have pension 55240. Change we did decrease it by $66 to $303,765 from $303,831. And last but not least, 52310 retirement contributions, changes to reduce that line by $5,427 to $251,525 from $256,952.
I will second that.
So we're just moving to move. Yeah, we're gonna vote, move the motion to move, to adopt all those changes.
Seconded by Mr. Curley.
Yep. And all in favor? All right, 9-0. And then the last thing is that totals 55,077. The offset to that is to keep the budget balance is 55,077. This is a component of the items that Ben took us through earlier on the town side. So we just need to vote to adjust the transfers in on the revenue side, transfers in account 49201 by the 55,077. Can I get a second? Jane? All in favor? Unanimous. And that, my friends, is the final vote of the
You don't want
evening.
to vote for just the whole thing? If you're good, as presented.
No, because there was inconsistency in the totals in the budget book. So I want to vote on the
changes.
line items. Because I don't know that we may quote a number that is inconsistent with this, with the totals, but I'm confident that we voted on the individual changes. So, ladies, gentlemen, thank you very much for your time through this wonderful month of March. It's not lost on me that it's March 31st. But for those who are interested, enjoy the UConn game on.
That was unbelievable.
What a great game. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Right here.
Amy and Dave with the
I'm
second.
in.
All in favor? Great. Thank you.
I started screaming in my kitchen. I'm not even a UConn fan, but